Today's HCC Board of Trustee meetings will begin at 1 p.m. with the Committee of the Whole. At 2 p.m., there'll be a special meeting, and at 4 p.m. will be the regular HCC Board of Trustees meeting.
Good afternoon, everyone. This meeting for the April 20th, 2022 Committee of the Whole will now come to order at
1:12 p.m.
The meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. Opportunity for public comment. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. No citizens are signed up to speak before the Committee of the Whole. Topics for discussion and or action. There are no topics and or actions scheduled for open session. The meeting of the Committee of the Whole will now adjourn to a closed or executive session under the Texas Government Code, Sections 551.071, 551.072, and or 551.074 of the Open Meetings Act, as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final vote or decision be required in the opinion of the Board on any matter considered in closed meeting, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up during the open session portion of this meeting or in a subsequent public meeting upon notice thereof. This meeting is adjourned to closed session at
1:14 p.m.
Thank you. For those, I don't know if we have anybody from closed session, from joining by video conference. I'll just read it. For those trustees joining closed session by video conference, please be reminded to disconnect from the open session portion of the meeting and join closed session with the WebEx link provided for closed session. Thank you. Community College System Board of Trustees reconvenes at,
2:30 p.m.
and now the meeting of the Committee of the Whole is adjourned at,
2:30 p.m.
thank you, everyone.
Don't mess me up.
The special meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Houston Community College System for April 20th, 2022 is now convened at,
2:32 p.m.
this meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens confirmed to speak before the Board. For the record, item B, dual credit update, was pulled by the administration and will be discussed at a later date. Is there a motion to approve item A, approval of resolution and order establishing redistricting criteria and timeline?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Chancellor Maldonado?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item is a request for board approval of the resolution and order establishing the redistricting criteria and the timeline. And to lead us through this process, I will, with your permission, turn the floor over to General Counsel Ashley Smith.
Thank you, Chancellor. Madam
Thank you.
Chair, trustees, I'm pleased to join you today to welcome Lisa McBride to present the process and timeline that you can expect in the redistricting process. As you recall, she joined us in March and reviewed that process. She's back today to remind us of what the key elements are and to answer any questions that you may have. This will be an item that we'll vote on at the completion of the presentation. With your permission, I'll ask Lisa McBride to please come make her presentation.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you, Ashley. And good afternoon. Good to see you again, board members. Today, I'll kind of recap. We had a lot of information that was presented at the last board meeting. Today, we'll recap a couple significant areas regarding the process and timeline, as well as the proposed criteria. And as Ashley indicated, we do have a resolution that we would like for you to adopt that will govern and establish that timeline and establish the criteria that we will use to talk about and evaluate proposed maps that bring you back into balance based on the 2020 census numbers. So if we can go to the next slide. If you will recall, I introduced the full team at the last meeting. This is a multidisciplinary team involving lawyers, statisticians, as well as a demographer. So Thompson and Horton is partnering with West and Associates. My colleague Edgar Colon will be assisting with legal work related related to redistricting. And then with respect to the demographic work, Dennis Harner is performing that. And then in terms of looking at the strength of your single member districts from the standpoint of not diluting minority voting strength, we have a statistician that will actually take a look at your voting history and any new proposed single member districts and look at how strong those districts are based on your past voting history. And that's Dr. John Alford, who has a discipline and practice at Rice University. We're trying to be very strategic about cost, and so those members of the team will be coming and joining you at meetings as appropriate, depending on what's being presented to the board. If we'll go to the next slide. So today, again, going back over the process, the timeline, criteria, and then a vote at the end. Next slide. And just so that we're on the same page, I always start to level set us. Why are we here? Redistricting is that process we go through every 10 years in response to census data. By law, we're required to respond to that information if the difference between your most populous single member district and your least populous single member district is greater than 10%. That's a state law requirement. Notice I didn't say your physically largest or your physically smallest. When we're talking about the census, when we're talking about rebalancing, we're talking about your total population, the individuals residing within a single member district, both those that are over 18 and under 18, both those that are eligible to vote, those that are not eligible to vote. We're trying to normalize, equalize that population as much as possible across your single member districts. Next slide. And so what we discussed at a 30,000-foot view the last time we were together was the process of getting from, boy, we have our census information, we have our current map, how do we get to a new map, board member and community engagement, and then final adoption of a map that meets all legal criteria, both federal and state. And so we talked about this process, that we'd spend some time together over the course of 1 or 2 board meetings, understanding the legal requirements, and then allowing you to determine the redistricting process, to establish the criteria, which we began talking about at the last meeting, and to determine how we would engage trustees, and most importantly, how we would engage our community to talk about their single member districts and their representation in those single member districts. At the end of today's board meetings, we would have accomplished the first 4 boxes on this 30,000-foot view of what has to be done, and we're going to be spending the rest of our time working on the last 4 boxes. In May, I'll come back with my colleague Edgar Colon, as well as the demographer Dennis Harner, to give you your demographic analysis, because that's the springboard from all of our work. How have your numbers changed since 2010, and what do those numbers, now that we know how to understand them and unpack them, require us to do going forward? That's going to be the focus of that May meeting when we're again together. And then we'll begin the process beginning June, but primarily in September through February through May of 2023 of drawing and redrawing proposed plans, judging them, holding them up against the criteria you will adopt today, how we talk about whether we favor one plan or another, getting public comment in a multitude of ways, written public comment through your website, public comment through meetings in different single member districts, as well as a formal hearing for public comment here in a board meeting. So multiple modes of receiving public input into the single member district redistricting process, and then that final step, adopting a plan. So this process will, began in February and will conclude in May of 2023. And we're really looking at the last 4 boxes, or the boxes on that second row. You've done a lot of work already. At the end of this meeting, as I indicated again, you'll be done with the first 4 boxes. If you'll go to the next slide. So the proposed timeline. The last time I was here, the timeline that was presented had months in it. Now I've included, working with board services, Sharon Wright, specific dates that correspond with your meetings that you already have scheduled to accomplish some of these tasks. And so you have a timeline in your materials, but the next slide also includes the timeline here. So we go back and capture that on February 16th, we had a legal overview. April 20th, we're doing a little bit more of a legal overview, but the primary thing we're doing is adopting that criteria, process, and timeline. Then at your May 18th board meeting, you'll receive that census data, which will be our springboard for those remaining boxes from that overview slide. In between your May 18th meeting and your September 21st meeting, we'll be updating your website so that the community understands, just as you do, what the census data is, how to unpack it by single member district, and what it requires us to do to engage in this single member district process. We'll also be holding one-on-ones between trustees and demographers so we can begin understanding some of your concerns in your individual single member districts. But in September is when we'll have the first opportunity to have a map drawing session that will take in any public comments received to date, as well as the information we received on trustee one-on-ones to draw the first set of maps that accomplish basically rebalancing any initial concerns received from the public or the board, and then we'll lay those initial maps up against the criteria that you adopt tonight and begin talking about what we like, what we don't like, what we would like to see tweaked. Place those maps on your website, get additional public comment, and then come back and tweak those maps a little bit more. So we might be amending those maps, or based on your comments and the public comments, we might be starting with a new map. We decide to go in a different direction. What we're going to notice based on the data is that we've got to rebalance your population, but there's more than one way to solve this puzzle. And so based on the criteria and the different emphasis that you put on the criteria, you could come up with one map versus another map versus a third map. And that's what we're going to spend our time doing, deciding how we evaluate that criteria, what criteria is most important to us, fellow trustee comments, community comments, to get us from iteration to iteration of maps. And that's what we'll be doing from September till about April of 2023. And you can see the different iterations. Each time we'll come back, have a meeting. I'll report to you the comments received to date and how they drove the next iteration of maps, receive some additional comments, and then go for the next iteration of maps until we get till February 15th of 2023, which is when we'll have a public hearing to receive any formal comments from the public. But before that time, we would have had, between December and February, meetings out in the community to hear from the public as well. So we can hear from the public on your website, because every time we present a map to you, we'll put it on your website, open a process on your website for the public to provide written comments, and then between December and February, hold community meetings to actually have that one-on-one interaction with the community, and then have a formal hearing on February 15th in a proceeding much like this to hear from the public. And then any tweaks based on all of those opportunities for the public to provide input will be presented to you in the form of a final map for your consideration at your April 19th meeting. So that's the proposed timeline with specific dates. We had months in the timeline that you reviewed in February. Now we've aligned everything with your normal board calendar. If you'll go to the next slide. So the next thing that you're going to do today, in addition to adopting a timeline, and that timeline itself is the process, because each one of those action items goes to the process that we've been talking about. Are we looking at census data? Are we looking at an iteration of maps? Are we holding a community forum? Are we holding a public hearing? We've placed dates to each one of those things. But one of the primary things we need to do today is to talk about how are we going to evaluate the proposed maps when they come to us? What are the criteria that are going to be important? And so we talked about the law of redistricting the last time I was here, and based on that law, and pragmatic map drawing principles that have been upheld by courts, I'm proposing 9 general criteria that would be used to judge proposed maps. And we talked about them at our meeting in February, but I'll go back over them again today. And so if you'll go to the next slide, those 9 criteria are that the total deviation between the largest and smallest, that means in terms of total population, single-member district is at or within 10%. Each single-member district is near equal population. Under the law, we don't have to have exactly equal, but we don't want it to, the population to deviate from the ideal population by more than 10%. We want each single-member district, even though we're trying to rebalance, and we know that there's more than one way to rebalance so that everything comes within that 10% deviation, we want at the end of the day your single-member districts to remain compact and contiguous. I'll unpack what those 2 words mean a little bit later. We want to avoid retrogression or vote dilution of minority voting rights. That is our obligation in order to comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act. We want to use easily identifiable boundaries when possible. So rebalancing single-member districts means that we're changing the dividing line between your single-member districts. Changing that line means we're moving population. But how do we decide where the new line goes? Well, we don't want to divide a street. So we're going to use streets and highways and creeks and bayous and natural barriers to be those dividing lines. So we'll have some natural breaks that hopefully keeps communities and neighborhoods together in one single-member district represented by the same representative. We're going to preserve incumbent constituency relations by not drawing any current trustee out of their single-member district in the middle of an election cycle. You've been elected to serve a certain term, and so we don't want to, by virtue of how we're rebalancing the lines, to undo the will of the voters. We want to maintain communities of interest in neighborhoods, and with redistricting, we really start with what you did the previous decade, and we don't reinvent the wheel, because what you did the previous decade received your approval, community approval, and because the Department of Justice still had authority to pre-approve those, received Department of Justice approval. So we want to disturb those lines as little as possible, but otherwise comply with these criteria and specifically the Federal Voting Rights Act. So we always work in connection or in reference to what we call the benchmark plan, the last previously approved plan. So that'll be one of the criteria. And then the last criteria, which is really subordinate to everything else, because we absolutely must balance your single-member districts, and we absolutely must comply with the Voting Rights Act, and we need to keep our districts compact and contiguous, keeping neighborhoods and communities together. So those things are going to take precedence, but to the extent possible, because we want to be a good election partner with other entities that have elections on the same day that we do, we're going to avoid splitting county election precincts that allow our voters to do one-stop shopping and receive one ballot for all of the elections they're eligible to vote in on election day. And so I can unpack some of those criteria just a little bit, because I know that you're voting on them tonight or this afternoon to make sure that there are not any questions. So the next slide, please. So near equal population with respect to the federal requirement. Remember, there are 2 requirements. You have a requirement under federal law that when you redistrict, you end with single-member districts that are of near equal population, and then you have a state law requirement. Under federal law, exact equal single-member districts is not required, but we don't want to deviate too much from the ideal population. And what we mean by ideal population is if you were to take a pie and, let's say, divide that pie into 5 pieces representing individuals, let's say the pie actually represents 100 people. You would actually want 20 people in each one of those pieces. That would be the ideal size of each piece of that pie. Redistricting does not require us to have exactly equal, but we do need to measure how far each single member district is from the ideal size. And we want to stay at about 5%, the maximum deviation from the ideal size, so that when we take the total range of deviation, meaning your largest single member district is about 5% over the ideal size, and your smallest single member district is about 5% under the ideal size, that total range is 10%. And that number ought to be familiar to you, because if you go to the next slide, under state law, you have a specific requirement that in relationship to each other, not in relationship to the ideal size, but in relationship to each other, your largest and smallest single member district can't be greater than 10%. So we'll be looking at near equal population from two vantage points: the federal requirement, which is a comparison to ideal size, and the state law requirement, which is a comparison of two single member districts, the largest and the smallest, in relationship to each other. So we'll be doing those two calculations in terms of, is this map from the get-go a starter? Can we get past go with a proposed map? Because if it doesn't satisfy that, it's no need to look at the other 8 criteria, because that's an absolute floor for any map. We'll go to the next slide. So state law requires our single member districts, once we rebalance, to be compact and contiguous. Compactness has a component of physical compactness as well as political compactness. Political compactness means we're not looking at the size of the single member district or the shape of the single member district. We're looking at what is a single member district composed of? Is it composed of whole other political boundaries like neighborhoods, communities, election precincts? When we look at physical compactness, we're actually looking at the shape. And there's no precise formula for physical compactness, except what we're looking for is taking into account all these other factors, we want to make sure that our single member districts, the distance between the constituency is the smallest possible. But smallest possible given your other criteria that we have to comply with. And so doing that normally means that we don't have single member districts with arms and legs that spread across the district, but they really take some form of geometric shape, like a square or a rectangle or some kind of polygon. Some curvature is okay, because we do have to comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act, which does make us take race specifically into account, but we have these other 8 criteria that kind of smooth out the line. So we're probably not going to have perfect squares and rectangles, because we do have to take race into account, but we should not have arms and legs that span across the system, because we're not just taking one criteria into account, we're taking 9 criteria into account that should smooth out the shape of our single member districts. And contiguity means the connectedness of your single member district system. Your system currently is contiguous, and if we're using your 2010 map as the benchmark, then any new map is going to be contiguous, meaning each single member district is connected to each other and connected to the whole, meaning that we can trace the outline of our single member district system with a pen and never have to lift the pen because your single member districts are connected. Next slide. Easily identifiable boundaries, that's pretty easy. I've given an example of using roads or thoroughfares, highways, as being the dividers between a single member district. Next slide. So avoiding retrogression of minority voting rights. In February, we spent a great deal of time talking about this aspect of redistricting. This is a federal requirement, a federal obligation, that even when we look at population shifts and we adjust for those shifts to rebalance our single-member districts, we have to do that in a way that in single-member districts where minorities, either in combination or as a standalone single demographic group, are greater than 50% citizen voting age population, that we don't dilute their voting strength relative to what it was the previous decade. That's our obligation under the Voting Rights Act. And so there are two provisions under the Voting Rights Act, Section 2 and Section 5. Section 5, because the coverage formula was struck down by the Supreme Court, really is kind of dormant. And so we don't have to pre-clear, as we discussed at our last meeting, any plan. We can be challenged on the back end by the Department of Justice or a private citizen regarding our plan, but we don't have to pre-clear it. But under Section 5, it has a retrogression standard. And so even though that's not applicable because we don't have to pre-clear, it's still a good standard for us to use. Section 2 is a discrimination standard. We can't discriminate. We can't dilute minority voting strength. Section 5 was we can't have minority voting strength retrogress, become worse than what it was under the benchmark plan. We will look at both so that you are super compliant. You're not only complying with Section 2, but you're actually complying with dormant Section 5, because that's a helpful standard that courts are actually familiar with. If you go to the next slide, please. And so I've provided the language of what Section 2 actually prohibits. And the question that's asked under Section 2 to figure out if your plan is discriminatory is whether or not the plan reduces the opportunity of members of a protected minority group to participate in the political process. And specifically with redistricting, it's in comparison to their strength the previous decade under the previous plan. If you'll go to the next slide. And what's so important for all of us to remember is under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, even though it is a discrimination standard and discrimination typically requires intent, under Section 2, intent is not required. It's the effect of the plan. If the plan results in a reduction in minority voting strength, that violates the Voting Rights Act, and it really doesn't matter what the intent of the person's drawing it was. It's the effect of the plan. And so that's why we have to be super vigilant in terms of how we draw our maps. You'll go to the next slide. And so there are two types of challenges in the context of map drawing, not initial drawing, but redrawing in response to population changes. And so they are colloquially known as cracking and packing. And we discussed this a little bit in February. Cracking is drawing a map or redrawing a map in such a way where you're taking concentrated minority group or combination minority group and you're splitting them. You're dispersing them across one or two or more single-member districts when they could have been left in one single-member district and had effective voting strength. So we've got to be careful that when we rebalance, we don't accidentally crack concentrated minority groups that reduce their voting strength relative to the previous plan. But we've also got to be careful and watchful of the inverse, which, if you'll go to the next slide, is packing, which is we do not, in an effort to rebalance population, move concentrated minorities that were in separate single-member districts all into one in such numbers that they have more than what they would need to effectively elect a candidate of their choice. If they had been kept in 2 or 3, they would have had some influence or maybe even some control over a single-member district. But because of rebalancing and redrawing single-member district lines, we've placed them in one single-member district because that's another way of reducing their voting strength. They had strength in more single-member districts. Now, under the new map, they have strength in fewer single-member districts. So what we're trying to do is avoid cracking and packing two specific types of challenges to a proposed redistricting plan. To go to the next slide. So the Voting Rights Act requires us to specifically consider race, but there are some limits on how much we can consider race, national origin, and other protected categories. And those limits have been imposed by a series of cases spearheaded by the case of Shaw versus Reno. It's a Supreme Court case that puts some limitations on how we consider race, because under the law, anytime you make decisions consciously on the basis of race, that's viewed with some suspicion by a court. And so you have to have a compelling reason for doing it, and that compelling reason for doing it has to be solved using the most narrow remedy possible. And so that's called what we refer to in the law as the strict scrutiny standard. You have to have a compelling reason to make a decision on the basis of race, and your resolution to whatever problem that you're trying to solve has to be as narrow as possible. So a compelling reason to consider race in the redistricting process is to satisfy the Voting Rights Act. And so that's why in our criteria, we have complying with the Voting Rights Act, not diluting minority voting strength or engaging in retrogression as a part of rebalancing, but we only have that as one of the 9 criteria. We don't have it as all 9 of the criteria. So we're considering race to the narrow extent possible to comply with the Voting Rights Act, but we're also considering other things. In fact, we're considering 8 other things to make our single-member districts be compact and contiguous, which is another requirement that we have. You'll go to the next slide. And so the next couple of slides that you have in your materials just explain what I've just explained regarding the importance of the Shaw versus Reno set of cases and the limitations they place on how we consider race and national origin in this process. If you go to the next slide, and the next one after that. And you can go to the next one. And so this is just letting you know that we said compelling interest you have to have in order to consider race. Voting Rights Act, complying with it, Section 2 or Section 5 is a compelling interest. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. So another criteria on our set of 9 is preserving incumbent constituency relations. And why is that important? Because there are a number of laws in the education code, our state law, that basically say that, a trustee must live in the single member district that he or she represents. And that redistricting is not an excuse. So if you're districted out of your district, you have a vacancy, and then we know that we either have to have a special election or an appointment. So because of that, because of those state laws, courts have recognized the importance of maintaining incumbent constituency relations, and so that's an appropriate criteria, taking into account, among other things, as you're rebalancing the current residents of a trustee so that we don't district them out of their single member district. We'll go to the next slide, and the one after that. And so 2 other criteria on our list of 9 are maintaining neighborhoods and communities of interest and also preserving existing single-member district boundaries. So let's take maintaining neighborhoods and communities of interest. Neither neighborhood or community of interest are defined in the case law, even though this criteria is upheld by the case law. What the case law says is that you as the governing body and your public get to define what a community of interest is and what a neighborhood is. And using that definition could have that be a criteria for why you select one map over another or move certain population and not other population. So it's something that is defined by the governing body and influenced by the community and the public. But generally speaking, either a community of interest or a neighborhood is a group of people who have common policy concerns that would benefit from staying in one single member district. And so that's what we're trying to do, not split them across 2 single member districts, split them across 2 representatives. And then the last criteria on the list of 9, preserving existing single member district boundaries, and we talked about why that's important because your last plan was approved by the Department of Justice. And so we, in the redistricting area, we don't fix what's not broken. So we begin with that benchmark plan. We look at the voting strength under that benchmark plan of majority, minority, single-member districts, and we try to maintain that and only disturb lines to the extent necessary to comply with the other 8 criteria. So this helps us with another criteria, which is avoiding retrogression and vote dilution. It helps us with complying with the Voting Rights Act if we start with that benchmark plan that has already received Department of Justice approval. So those are the 9 criteria. The only one that I did not unpack more for you was the not splitting election precincts, because I thought that was relatively self-explanatory. So I'll pause there and see if there are any questions regarding either the timeline, the process, or the criteria.
Madam Chair, I just have a quick question. Are the voting precincts not rebalanced?
So they are, and so your demographer is working with the newest ones that have been redrawn effective 2022, the election precincts.
So they've
Yes.
already happened, that
Correct.
rebalancing? Okay,
Correct.
great. I don't want to have to do this twice.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Trustee Wilson?
The compactness of a district is something I'm real interested in. So I'd encourage you to bring some of these districts back together than making them so divergent like they are.
Yes, sir.
I would agree. That's a concern. As you were talking, I was looking at all these maps, and they're pretty funny in terms of how they're drawn. So the compactness and how they fit within the districts is an importance of mine as well.
And I hear you, and that is a frequent concern. And I will tell you what we are balancing. In those single-member districts where there is a majority-minority population, sometimes in order to maintain that neighborhood or community does not stay in a perfect square or rectangle. And so if we don't want to have retrogression in comparison to your previous map, that's going to be the tension. But there's some room for discussion there, but we have some guardrails that we have to stay within. But we certainly can examine that. But I just want to explain the guardrails.
I really appreciate that explanation, because that was a thought of mine, because I know even with the school district I'm in, that's a big concern. Well, if you rejoin the lines, then it's going to negatively impact a certain trustee. It's going to take votes, constituents away from them. So thank you for the explanation. I understand it better, because sometimes you can't avoid it.
Right.
Trustee
Madam Chair.
Glaser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of reflect the position that a couple of trustees mentioned before. You look at the maps that we currently have, and it seems like it would be a poster child for, needing correction. Yet I keep coming back to what you said, that your starting point is that these maps were approved before, and that you're going to use that as a reference point. My question is, the last time these were done was 10 years ago, of course. Are there any law changes between then and now that would impact how we would be looking at this?
Quite frankly, our Supreme Court, in terms of how it is analyzing cases under Section 2 in the Voting Rights Act, there are indications, it's not codified law yet, that the Supreme Court wants to go back to a standard of discrimination and a standard of has the electoral process been closed to minority groups, as opposed to using tests like retrogression, jingles, which is a complicated test that I won't go into now, that try to get at the issue of discrimination, but may be an over remedying. And there is suggestions that the Supreme Court might be willing to look at that and to be coming back to a harder standard. But for our purpose right now, we have to deal with the last time the Supreme Court spoke. And so cracking and packing, looking at Section 2 violation, Section 5 violation, comparison to the benchmark plan, and avoiding vote dilution, that's what we have to work with until the Supreme Court speaks again. They've spoken in what we call dicta, which is sort of in just kind of flyaway lines that are not the majority of opinion, that they are willing to look at this more, but they have not. So to answer your question, there could be a change, but it may not be a change soon enough to impact this particular redistricting.
Thank you. And to follow up, I think there's one, maybe two board members that have been through a redistricting here at this institution before. The rest of us, I would say, have not. One of my other trustees did mention, we have 9 single-member districts. I'll be curious how we're going to address the issue of, if you move a line one way or the other, you're either adding, you're moving constituents from one district to another. And I'm curious as to how we're going to address that. And I look forward to seeing how that works. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I have a comment because I think I represent 3 different school districts. So I guess my one concern would be how those school districts have redrawn their precinct lines in order to accommodate an expansion or a reduction in households in their districts, and how that then affects my district, because there are 3 school districts. So once the main criteria is defined, then how are we going to look at incorporating 3 different school districts into a map for District 9?
So, great question. Remember that redistricting is redrawing the internal lines of an entity, not the external lines. So those school districts still have the same external lines, but the single member districts within those school districts, assuming those school districts are single member districts, some or all of, are they all? Some might be at large. So those internal lines might be different. So, for example, if you had a portion of a school district, not a whole school district within your single member district, but a portion of a school district that it was a particular, let's say it was trustee district, I'm just giving it a number 8, and now it's trustee district number 9 for that school district, you might still have the same population, but it's a different trustee district because they've changed the way they've drawn their interior lines, but the exterior lines still remain the same. So you would still potentially intersect in the same way, but you would not be intersecting with their single member districts in the same way. You'd be intersecting with their physical boundaries in the same way, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Trustee Tamez, you have a question?
Urban development, community development.
I'm good, Madam Chair.
You good? Okay. Trustee Laredo.
I was one of those that was on there, and I questioned, why my district was drawn the way it was in District 8. So I know that in 10 years, my population has really grown, and so I know that there's going to be a change there. So I'm looking forward to seeing how I can compact my district more, because I've always said to be able to get to one end to the other, it's like I need a helicopter.
Right.
Because, it's just so long, and very diverse. And so this last time in campaigning, it was really difficult. And, it's just, to be fair to those communities, you need to make sure that, you're able to reach them. And then I see how the rest of our districts, they just go all over. And so I know that in order for us to do an effective job, it would be better if we could just make them, closer and not so spread out. But I think my district is the one that's a long one. I haven't figured out how many miles it is, but it's got to be at least 25 miles from one end to the other, east to west. And I love my community, but it's very difficult. And so I know there has to be changes, because the population, like I said, has really exploded in District 8, especially Midtown area.
So I think the information that you all will be receiving in May is going to be very helpful. in terms of beginning to be strategic about the concerns that you are raising, because the information you'll be getting will be census-wide. What are your numbers? So you'll have 3 charts that are just endlessly informative, that have for each single member district what your numbers are: total population, voting age population, citizen voting age population, and giving the percentages for 2010 as well as 2020, as well as what the change has been, positive, negative, because you could be increasing in raw numbers, but your relative percentage in different demographic groups could actually be growing less fast. So it's actually a negative number. And so we'll show that, and we'll talk about that. A lot of different ways to look at your demographic data. And then for each single member district, you're going to get a separate report for that single member district that breaks down the data that way: total population, raw numbers and percentage, voting age population, citizen voting age population, and then for each demographic group that the census reports on. And to go to some of your questions about compactness, when courts look at that question, what they're struggling with is the same thing that we're struggling with, is compliance with the Voting Rights Act. So there has to be some contortion sometimes in order to comply with it, but how much is too much? And one case that I can think about, a particular redistricting map, and it's where a court said this was too much. We're willing to live with a lot of contortion, but this went too far, where they took a single member district and they went across the city, across a highway, just jetting to the north and south of a freeway to pick up particular minority communities. And so that single member district was really thin, and then all of a sudden there was a bump. Then thin, and then all of a sudden another bump. So really obvious what they were doing. Had no shape or contour to it at all. And then going across an entire city. And so the question was, what does neighborhood A, all the way on the east side of the city, have to do with neighborhood Z, all the way on the west side of the city, that's connected just by a very thin line? The court said that was too far. I've seen a lot in between that a court has been willing to approve if the Voting Rights Act is the reason. But that has to be the reason. There has to be no other way to comply with the Voting Rights Act but to have this particular shape. And so that's what we need to look at as a team with respect to some of your single member districts, is the shape dictated by the Voting Rights Act, or using some of the other 8 criteria, can we get a more compact shape to some of your single member districts?
Any other questions? No other questions? Thank you so much, Ms. McBride.
You're welcome.
We really
Yeah.
appreciate it.
The only last thing that I would add is that we're on target with respect to your demographer to present at your May board meeting. What your demographer has been working on very studiously is looking at what are your current population based on drawing down information from the 2020 census, and then wanting to be exactly precise, cross-referencing that to where you were in 2013 when you submitted to the Department of Justice, cross-referencing that by the demography reported by Harris County for the Harris County election precincts. And so the last thing that he's working on is confirming a couple of numbers with Harris County based on their election precincts, so that all those numbers match, so that he can be confident in the numbers that he presents to you in May. So we're on track for that report.
Okay. Is there a motion to, where are we on? That's what I said. Oh, okay, you already went that part, okay. Okay, we will now vote on item A.
Sharon, that's yes for me.
Dr. Tomez, we have to have the camera on.
Okay, that's yes
Affirmed.
for me. Can you see me?
And your vote? Trustee Wilson? Trustee Wilson, vote come up. Make certain he's on the special meeting. Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 8-0.
We'll move to item C, report on FY 2023 Budget Development Board Budget Workshop Number 3, overview of operating budget revenue and expenses. Chancellor Maldonado will present this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, this is a continuation of our work on developing the FY 2023 budget. In sequence, this is number 3, and this presents the first look at a proposed operating and revenue budget and expenses. With your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Marshall Hines to lead us through budget workshop number 3.
Thank you, Chancellor, Madam Chair, Trustees. So welcome to the Workshop 3 for fiscal 23 budget. First thing I want to get on the table is that we do have a balanced budget to look at today, so that should relieve some stress about, can we balance the budget or not? We do have a balanced budget at this point. We're going to have a lot of information to talk about today. The environment in which we exist today, there are so many things going on with interest rates, economy, students, our competitors, what's going on with financing, what's going on with the feds. So a lot of things to worry about and work on, and a lot of challenges, and a lot of people are putting in some good work into this effort. We're working to develop a long-term sustainable solution, as we've always talked about. We are working to become the college of choice, and some of those things take a time to get to put together. We'll discuss ways that our goals might achieve that today. The other thing I want to reassure you of, that HCC remains in strong financial standing. As you know, our fund balance has an excess of what we are required to have, and looks like it will continue to grow. And that's my goal, to help to do that. And met with our compensation consultants last night to review their first draft of their performance. And so we have that, and that's going to prove useful for our discussion as well. So as you look through this, the purpose of the presentation, we'll focus on Fund 1. That's the revenues and expenses that are unrestricted, and that's the main operating budget for HCC. That's where the big dollars are. And then we'll complete a deep dive on that, both in the revenue section and in the expense section. I'd like to focus on that first sub-bullet, reasonable plans. So we'll focus on the word reasonable as we go through this budget presentation. And we will touch on tax revenues, tuition and fees, and other revenues. If you look at the third sub-bullet, developing plans for support to make this sustainable and how we do that. We also have an obligation to our faculty to have good faculty and to keep them in good stead. Last sub-bullet, I want to focus on this bullet, present and discuss changes in the higher ed education industry and our immediate market. And then we'll wrap up with an analysis of the 22 budget that was presented last year, our forecast of where we'll be at the end of this fiscal year 22, and then look at the presentation for the 23. Agenda, just kind of pretty self-explanatory. We'll just move straight forward through that. Looking at the timeline, you can see today in the yellow box, that's where we are. We're on schedule and what we're doing today. And then next month, we'll be talking more. It'll be Workshop 4. And then in June, we'll be looking for presenting and improving the budget for HCC. So everybody's seen the vision statement. So our vision statement remains the same. And I don't have to read it to you. Everybody probably knows what it is, but, take a note of what I added below is that the vision statement remains the same, but how HCC accomplishes this vision statement may change over time and will continue to evolve. And I also want to add to that as we look at our competitors locally and our community colleges across the state, everybody has a different path. Our environment is so complex right now. Every college is different. They have a different financial situation. They have a different geographic location. So everybody's going to have a different path that they have to follow. So then we look at embracing Houston's future and our strategic priorities. And so I tried to add some words to this and explain more what we're doing to give you a better idea of what we're doing. I took the 6 sections. We have not changed our focus. I've added 2 bullet points to each one under each section. And then this is what we're looking at to go forward. So, for example, on streamlining registration is one, the bullet point under 1. What's happened during COVID, students demand almost immediate response, as we do. We expect Amazon to show up with our toner cartridge. When we run out in the middle of the night, we expect to see one there in the morning. If you need groceries, you expect to do that. For enrollment, we have to get that good. We have to have a good team. We have to have a good leadership. We have to have a good model. Our students have to access us. And we continue to hear that everybody's working on the same initiative, and we need to be the college of choice. They have to be able to get to us through a streamlined registration process. Elevate HCC visibility. We've been pretty tough on marketing and communications for the last 2 years as we've gone through COVID, not knowing what the future held. So in fiscal 23, I hope to be able to give Ramel some additional money, somewhere between $750 and $1 million, because we're being outspent by our local competitors incredibly, X-fold exponential amount. So that's something that we need to achieve in bullet 1. In diversity and equity, so we've had success with our distribution and work in our recruiters. We've got all the recruiters out at the ISD. We added 40, if you remember, approved by you for this fiscal year. They're out there in the field working, and we'll see what their results are going to be. But that's a new initiative for us. And then again, our focus continues to change. These ISDs are still underneath those ambassadors and recruiters, but also the age category 24 to 35. We've talked about that and how we must focus with that. Under personalized learning, number 3, online college. I mentioned to you before, and I'll be bringing to you either next month in May or the following month in June, a HER-funded direct project where we can create the digital divide lab, or whatever we're going to call it. We're going to come up with a name for it. And that'll be at multiple colleges. All colleges will have at least one location, and students can come there to access technology, hardware, software, take classes online, etc. And that will be open 7 days a week, and they can use that. And they may not have a place to study that's quiet at home. And if you visualize a lab there that's a computer lab, you could have 18 different students doing 18 different things in that library that they can access during extended hours. Then you look at the kickstart on that, it could be as much as $3 to $4 million that we spend on the studios for creating a first-class and branded online college. It's important that we not just be mediocre. It's important that we be best in class, best in locally, and it can go far beyond our borders if we're good at it. And students are preferring that. They're voting with their computers and their feet, and we still see a lot of demand for online college. It's not just COVID that has driven it. It did accelerate it, but it's just like ordering from Amazon. It's easier for them to do that. If you go down through academic rigor and quality, talk about the studios. That also includes consulting for our faculty members. Before COVID, they didn't teach online very much, and so you have to help faculty members become almost entertainers and use visual aids, and that's part of this HERF program that I'm going to bring forward that will allow that team. I've been working with Norma and Margaret Ford Fisher and Shantae to make that work. Then if you go down to the resources, provide online college, student needs, environment, we have that digital divide again. We have to make the community have access to HCC's classes. And then number 5, community investment. I just want to underline what it says there in the bullet. Lessen the student burden, increase the return on the community investment. So we're going to utilize this. Our largest revenue source is the ad valorem taxes. And if we want to take more burden in the future off of our students, that will have to focus on that as our biggest revenue source that we have. And then if you look at the second sub-bullet, maintain state appropriations, just remember a slide I showed you 2 sessions ago. There's been a 40-year decline in what the state appropriations are paying, and that number and that decline will continue to go down. We have a new biennium coming up, and Ramel can correct me if I'm wrong, but they'll be setting the amount that we get for fiscal 24 and 25 in the near future. So we don't know what that's going to turn out to be. If you remember, we got a little bit of a click that we got for fiscal 22 and 23 to the tune of about $5 million. And then 6, the college of choice. We've got multiple competitors here locally, and a lot of them have been blessed with large endowments or contributions. One from Jeffrey Bezos is one that has done that. And then we've got some competitors that are growing stronger. There's been some bold comments by one of our competitors in the media about being the best college, the largest college, the best online program, et cetera. And we can't just sit idly by and do that, but it takes money to do some of these things. It takes human capital as well as resources to do that. So that's kind of all of those things are contained in what I'm going to show you in a numerical format. So I'm not going to go through each one of these with you, but you probably had a chance to read it. But these are the challenges of our external environment. Unfortunately, the pandemic continues to go, so now we're waiting for the feds to decide if the CDC can make us put our masks back on or not. You know, if you watch the news, that's going on. That impacts what happens to our students. The economic hardships for people with the HERF money going away and all the other federal programs going away and other housing and so forth. Those are going to impact our digital divide students. Online college initiative, the coaches are important that we have that. And then balancing the budget there, that 4th bullet, and then there's some sub-bullets under there. Reminder that our HERF revenue goes away after fiscal 23. We were fortunate to get that extension that I talked about last month. The state appropriations, as I said, decreased 4.9. We can recover that from the federal funds. So we'll be whole for fiscal 23 on the state appropriations. But it's not going to continue to go up. It will continue to go down over time, whether it was COVID or not. Ad valorem tax growth. We're blessed with a community here that has both in Fort Bend and Harris County that we have tax rates coming in, and we have growth of the tax base. And then manage the student costs. We have to optimize our funding sources and control our expenses. Controlling expenses is a tough one to do. I don't see people jumping up saying, I'll cut my budget, I'll cut my budget. We have to go through there, and we don't want to go through there and just say, everybody cut 10%. That would be the wrong thing to do. We need to grow where we're supposed to grow and maybe cut back a little bit where we're supposed to cut back. The recruiting success, we have to recruit and maintain good people, and that's a challenge, and you'll hear more about that next month. Fund critical initiatives, the MO and expenses, that inflation. I saw a number today of 8.3%. A month ago was 7.6% annualized for fiscal 22, or excuse me, calendar 22. And those are scary numbers. If our operating expenses go up that much, that's a problem for us. And how do we fund that? Talk about college operating days. Other than the weekend colleges, or there's some buildings that we don't have to operate. Examine the MOUs with our partners. We'll be talking about that, and that deals with the waivers. And we'll be talking at the next meeting about that. Then looking at the multifaceted differential tuition strategies. Some classes cost more than others. And if you think about what goes on at Coleman and all the equipment and tools and supplies they need versus an English class or a math class, a lot different costs. And should there be a differential tuition for that? Greater visibility, I mentioned, we've got to have that. Sharing staff across the college. A lot of people get very comfortable teaching or working at certain locations, and we may need them at another location. So we have to learn how to share across the system and operate effectively and efficiently, not just getting used to something that we do every day and coming to the office. Effective scheduling, that is another key component. We need to have a class size that makes sense. And we have to have the number of sections that make sense. And we're going to be working with Norma and her team and Jerome Drain on that. And then out of growth enrollment in districts in our submarkets, our suburbs, continue to draw those people into our centers of excellence. And then changes in the occupancy here, the work from home. That's another program we're going to have to address in this coming semester. So I just don't want to spend a lot of time here. I want to focus on a couple points here. I'm going to show you this again at the end, but this is high level only. Focus on that bottom line, and what I want to show you is that for fiscal 22 we budgeted zero, and as of today, we're about $7 million to the good on the bottom line. That's positive. We'll exceed that number, even though enrollment has not met our budget as of today's date. So we'll still cover that, and we'll still make a contribution at year end to the fund balance for HCC. And then if you go into fiscal 23, that's a zero, and we hope to have some of our strategic initiatives taking place and funded, part out of HERF perhaps if they qualify, part of maybe some of the fund balance, part of some maybe out of our operating budget if we can increase our revenues enough. And one of the key points there is to not have to dip into the fund balance and not have to rely on HERF or not have to fund bond issues. We have to create enough excess cash in our operating expenses to pay for those things. If you run a business, you don't want to run out and borrow the money every time you need to and pay it off over time. Some people may do that. I don't find that to be a good strategy. So, can we fund things by, creating more revenue? Can we fund things by using some of the fund balance? And certainly this year, we're going to maximize what's left of the HERF balance. And right now, as I stand here today, it's about $44 million. We've given $100 million to our students through Joe Ellen's group and financial aid. That's done with. We have one more MSI fund that we can use with HERF for some of that money. And then some of it's I plan to bring forward, again, several projects for direct funding for HERF that are student-focused. And then we have some opportunity to maybe push some more money toward Joe Ellen's area and put in some money for students as well. So we go to the first section. We'll talk about expenses. Sorry about that. I had to go back. Too many. Sorry, revenues. Always the favorite one to talk about. So on the revenue side, as I mentioned, you'll see state appropriations is the first one, and we should be receiving, as what we've received the last 2 years before this, $68 million roughly, and that was reduced to 63. And that $4.9 million on the second to the bottom line is what we recovered from HERF during fiscal 23. So that's what we're recommending. That will then give us the full amount that we normally would have received. So that's really a self-balancing and kind of a no-brainer deal for us. They pay on time. We'll collect it by the end of the year. It won't go up or down. We'll get the $63.587 million. We'll add the 4.9 to it, and we'll be whole for fiscal 22 and fiscal 23. Then you go to ad valorem taxes, which is always an interesting one, particularly in large cities. So you look at the difference of budget of 181, almost 182 million in FY22, and then recommended for FY23 is 189 million. If you flip back into the appendix, if you choose to follow it, or you can kind of give me some feedback. We can zip all the way back there and look at it, but I'll try just walking you through that. So if you look at A1, what's included in...
Marshall, excuse me, would that, are you going to be referencing page 21 or 22?
I am on page 21 in the A's,
Yes.
the reference appendix, slide 21 in the A's. Yes, sir. So ad valorem tax, what that's made up of, that difference between fiscal 22 budget and fiscal 23 budget, that is a 2.5% increase in the tax base. That's what we're assuming. Next month we'll have the exact number, but Harris County Appraisal District does not give us their final number until April 30th. They certify their number on April 30th, and that number may get adjusted upward or it may get adjusted downward, and then that will change our recommendation there. But that's a 2.5% increase that we're planning on seeing that occur on the tax base. And that includes Fort Bend County as well. Certainly not as much dollars, though, because we don't have all of Fort Bend County. So we've got that, and then you look at the tax rate, looking at the tax rate that allows us to go up. If we go up the voter approval rate of 0.3 thousand, so $300,000 will move into that. And that's a kind of a long-term strategy. 300,000 is not a large number, but we did that last year as well. And we're also capped, not to make it confusing, but we can't go up more than 8% in 1 year. And to give you an idea what that increase means, for a person that owns a home that is valued at $100,000, that's $2.16 over the year that they pay additional. So if they own a house that's $200,000, they'll pay $4.32 more. And again, that's just a way to start building the revenue stream if we want to include some of these initiatives without having to find some outside financing source. Our tax collection, that third bullet there on page 21, you go through 97.5. That's what we're willing to take the risk on. Some people will not pay their taxes during the year. Most people do. They don't want to pay the pretty hefty penalties. So we're calculating, as we have the last 2 years, in 97.5%. So we'll collect that as well. And then the debt service, and we may have to move some of that around so it moves the rate. And you've got inflation, as I mentioned before, going up around 7.6 is forecast. And then the second to the last bullet in A1, just remember that HCC is still the lowest tax rate in our peers in the state average. And then the last bullet there, competitors utilize this extra funding from the tax base to improve their quality of services. And unless we do something different, we're going to have to do the same thing. Next one, tuition and fees. That's driven by enrollment. It's driven by contact hours. You see a budgeted number of $102.4 million, projection of 101, so it's a little under. We don't have all the spring information in here yet, and we don't have all the summer in here because summer hasn't started. So we are proposing where we come up, we're taking about a 1.25% increase on tuition and fees based on what the folks from enrollment are telling us and student services and the Kennedy report. And so that's the increase for us there. Then on, we've also got built into here, and again, we'll be talking about the waivers next month, but also if you remember, the board decided to make a recommendation to remove and place a waiver, the fees, and place a waiver on distance education. So now that students now can come back to school in person if they choose to, if they'd rather take it online at home, there's a cost for that. And this is roughly about $4.3 million, as you see there on A2, and this would be reinstated. Now, I don't think we're looking at anything changing on the other waivers, but if you continue to do this, and I can't collect this fee, and I can't collect any waiver fees from HERF because those were all done prior to COVID. So if we weren't doing the waivers or getting rid of these fees before COVID, we can't collect them during the recovery period. So that really goes through the tuition and fees section. The fund balance, the same as the last couple of years that I've been here doing this, is that looking at not coming in and taking money out of the fund balance to fund projects. We're trying to look at it and use HERF for what we can, and maybe a little bit of the extra revenue that comes in. But you look at the local income, a relatively small number. There's not even a footnote for that. The fund balance use, that is deferred maintenance, and still that is like the absolute bare minimum. We've got some strategies we'll be bringing to you in the fall. We'll never get to where we need to be or in a position of where we need on our deferred maintenance budget unless we make the numbers bigger each year. We contribute to what we're going to take care of. And you'll see a procurement item later that's a result of some of that. But the fund balance is $10 million, and that's coming out for deferred maintenance. And in the future, if we can look at ways of eliminating, and one of those, for example, could be the demolition of the retail center at Woodridge. If it's not making any money for us, and that was the intention of the board originally, we can write off $14 million of deferred maintenance that we would have to spend, that we wouldn't have to spend if you're going to demolish that. So we're looking at both ways of that equation, trying to make the number smaller. And then the HERF revenue, as I mentioned, we still have a pretty good balance in there. We'll try to make sure we maximize what we recover and save some money for the operating budget, but we'll also try to take care of a lot of initiatives that go to impact the students with, I think, some great satisfaction for them. So that covers that for the revenue section. Then we'll go to the expense category. You can just turn 2 pages past that. And you'll notice on page 15, as I've got on the screen, those expenses are under B, which is page 23 for the appendix footnotes. So this is also an area where we spend a lot of focus, not only on revenues, but on expenses. And I think there's been a lot of work that's been done by some smart people in this group. So if you look at salaries, obviously, and faculty, that's our biggest expense, $221 million budgeted. But you'll notice that's not significantly more than what we budgeted in 22. And as with last year, we removed $5 million out of salaries due to eliminating budgeted but unoccupied spaces. They're vacant in positions. We took those out. Right now, we have about $4 million more this year of removing positions that are budgeted but vacant. And so we eliminate those as well. And I think we're going to be able to take another $1 million. So that would be a $10 million reduction in open positions that were available to be filled that are no longer available to be filled. And I'm going to continue to focus on salaries and staff and faculty as well for the operating expense component there. One thing that is an offset to those reductions, though, is that we skipped the 2% merit increase in 2020. So none of our employees or faculty got the 2% merit increase. So this year we have built into this budget a 2% merit increase. And since we put this together and mailed it out before we met with the consultants, they were late on turning in their report to talent engagement. So we put in 1.5% as a escalator, trying to keep up with some of the inflation. And that number may need to be bigger. It may need to be 2%. It may need to be 2.25%, 2.5%. We'll have more information for you with a more firm recommendation at the next workshop. But we have to factor that in there. And if you think about this, every year when we have if this was just a normal year and you have a 2% merit increase, that's an increase in salaries of $6 million. So when you think about where does that $6 million come from, if we're not collecting it from taxes or the state appropriations or tuition and fees, those are really our only opportunities. We can continue to clip away expenses, and we're doing that. We're working on both ends of that equation, but you're never going to get ahead, and we can't be the college of choice when we have to raise it that much. And so we may have to do this merit increase as well as an increase for inflation. When you're clicking along at 7.5% inflation, 7% last year, 7 to 8 this year, our employees and faculty are seeing a downward decline in their buying power. And people are beginning to talk a lot about that, and a lot are starting to vote with their feet. And we don't want to lose our talented people. It won't be the people that don't leave that are worried about it. It's the people that we want to keep that have opportunities to go elsewhere. And it's no surprise, and the biggest jumps in the salaries are both in IT, across all industries, not just higher ed, but also finance and accounting. Those are the 3 areas that the consultants point out that we also read about as well. So I just want to touch on that. I want to emphasize that regardless of what we do, we can leave everything else stable. To give a 2% increase is $6 million a year. And how do you fund that if you don't collect it from taxes? You don't collect it from your state appropriations, which are continuing to go down, or we increase tuition and fees. So we're trying to do the thing that's least harmful or least impactful to students and our communities and focus on these bigger buckets of money. Then we go down to benefits. Not really a difference there. We've been doing really well with our consultant to help buy benefits at a good cost and offer a good package. So there's really not a big difference there. Insurance and risk management, I want to recognize the OGC office and Bob McCracken and his team. They did a great job on our insurance renewal, and we do a great job. Our insurance modifier is so low, we saw only about a $15,000 increase on a $7 million premium. So I think that is worthy of some recognition for them. Contracted services, I also want to give facilities a nod. We're doing all that we can in the facilities group to reduce our operating expenses. So a lot of your big contracts for landscaping, the mechanical systems, the housekeeping that goes on every day, a lot of times in buildings that are empty that we're trying to be more efficient in. That's just the world we live in today. We hope to reduce some of those by being more effective in the way we schedule classes. It's all a very long, circuitous route to get to something before you see some impact on the operating budget. Utilities, you'll see a drop there again, even despite the recent increase in electrical costs and for electricity and for natural gas is at a 15-year high just yesterday. And so we're still comfortable that we can still reduce that budget by almost $1 million there. Transfers, if you go to B6, you get your transfers there. That's the $10 million for the maintenance. That's also the rock design fee that we get from the state for the design of the rock, that we're the $2.5 million and $2.35 million, and then some grant matching makes up that $19 million number. And then debt service was another administrative-driven decision supported by the board to refinance and refee some debt. So that helped us out. We have a small piece left. If the market gets straight, we hope to take that to the market with the refi on the Regents note for West Houston and put those two together, and we have something meaningful. We can get more economy scale and get a better interest rate on those. And so that covers really the expense side of it. We go to the last page I want to talk about really today is that on the budget part is that the operating budget, as I mentioned, lives and dies from the revenues minus expenses. I've gone through fairly detailed today with what our sources are. And if you look at the top three, state appropriations, and it's a downward trend. We can't do anything about that. Despite our contacts in Austin, it continues to go down. That's just the way, and it's been a 40-year trend. Ad valorem taxes, again, we have the opportunity to increase that. We hope to push that above 52% or so to help cover so that the burden does not fall on the students through increases in cost or reductions in removing waivers. Tuitions and fees, et cetera. We will hope to get enrollment up. Online college is going to have some opportunities as well as in person. And once we get tuition and fees going back together, that will help us a little bit as well. The others are smaller, and then HERF is going away again at the end of 23. And then if you look at expenses, I went through there. Even if we did nothing else and every number stayed fixed, it's $6 million a year just to have a 2% increase. And you can't not have that unless we run into a depression or a recession, which could happen. Like I said, it's hard to see out very far in our projections because of this very difficult environment. So I will stop there, other than to say that the next steps in May, we'll be back with all the other funds to talk about. So the auxiliary fund, the restricted fund, the capital and technology plan. And then in June, we'll be bringing all of that forward for the board trustees review and approval in June. So I want to thank you for the opportunity. I know I'm talking very quickly. I know there was a lot of information. I desperately need a drink of water, and I will be happy to talk a little bit more if you need me to.
Madam Chair. I'm sorry. That's fine.
Are there, on the state appropriations, the rate that we get per semester credit hour has gone up from what, $2.60, 70 cents to $3.17 per semester credit hour? And that's one of the three revenue sources from the state, right? The other two are completions. We get $1,000, and that was just added in 16.
Yeah, success points and then contact hours, and there's a formula that goes into that. Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. But every one of those, the one was added in 2016 or 14, I believe, for the budget, and that's additional revenue. The main thing that is hurting the amount of money from the state that we're getting is our enrollment is down over the last 7 years about 50%. So if we could bring our enrollment up, that would sure solve a lot of problems here. And on the ad valorem tax, if there's only a 2.5% increase in my property taxes, I'll be one happy guy. But from all my evaluations, they're 50% higher than what they were last year. So I think the property tax, we're going to get a little more money than you're allocating here. And the other thing on the tuition, I believe there's a community college to the north of us that just raised their tuition about 6%. And man, I know how distasteful that is to say it, but when you have inflation eating you up at 7 or 8%, you know, if you raise it 6%, you're not even keeping up with inflation, and the same with salaries. That inflation is a terrible, silent, unseen tax that hurts everybody everywhere. And anyway, I hate to, I don't want to, as fiscally conservative as I am, even to suggest a 6% tuition increase, but reality is reality. Thank you for your presentation.
I just want to say you are correct that, you know, if we can increase enrollment, then yes, sir, that will add to that. Inflation is insidious and it hurts all of us across the board. And just a reminder on the tax base increase, the tax base in Harris County and Fort Bend, that again, it's not just homeowners, it's the big skyscrapers, it's the retail centers, the Galleria. Those are the guys that are paying the really big brunt of those. To the individual homeowner, it's not, like I said, it's the increase we're talking about is $2.16. But thank you for your comments.
Trustee Reichert.
Just two quick questions. You mentioned we're going to reinstate some online fees as part of the tuition and fees. How do online fees compare to neighboring community colleges?
That's another thing I'll talk about. So we look at what the state folks are doing. We look at what we do. We don't want to set ourselves up to be higher than anybody else. And if Lone Star, takes a drop, we have to look at that. If the one to the south drops, or goes up, we take a look and monitor that. So we're monitoring that all the time. We're not going to recommend placing ourselves above any of their fees. And what's not been talked about today, and what we'll talk about next month, is the cost of all the waivers that we have in place. That's a double-digit million-dollar number. And so if we had those back in place, but again, for fiscal 23, it's a continued, that's kind of our last year coming out of the COVID impact. We have the backstop of HERF to help us. We have a lot of opportunities still to create savings in our operating expenses, to increase enrollment, and online needs to grow. And this fee, this distant education fee, and we're going to stay competitive with our neighbors. So don't worry about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. The other quick question was, you had your list of what was it? The constraint, challenges, decisions. I asked that you please take into account our website and the quality of our website, and that has specific COVID, if not for the pandemic, the website wouldn't be as important as it is now.
Right.
I don't know if that's something that come out of HERF, but I'll tell you, I was at a meeting with Dr. Edwards, and, we tell people, go to the website. And I always, I'm always a little worried because there's so many places you could go on the website because it has so much information. But it really needs to be better organized in a way that, and I know that's a massive project. That's why I bring it up. I bring it up now as opposed to somewhere else because it's going to have budget implications. So I just ask that you take that into consideration, how important our website is kind of to everything, enrollment, the online courses and just everything, our relationship to the community and everything.
Yes, ma'am, totally agree. That's part of that easy access. Is the first stop is the website. You got to make that easy, and really, the vision that I see is like Amazon. You can go, shop, pay, and you're done. And that's the goal that I like to see. We have a couple people behind me that are working on this. It's already been on the list to do for a while. HERF will pay for a part of that we can get approved by our outside counsel that has to do with the pandemic, such as the volume. I'll just make these numbers up, but if it was $1 million to create more capacity and throughput through our website because it's getting hit more, because there's more online and people aren't going to the colleges, then we can cover that one piece of it. So that kind of helps with that, as I talked about earlier. But thank you for the input.
Thank you.
I want to comment on something that Trustee Wilson said. You're absolutely right. Enrollment could drive our... comment on something that Trustee Wilson said. Absolutely agree. Enrollment can drive our revenues up, beyond a doubt. But the total funding from the state has stayed fairly constant over the last 4 or 5 biennium. Any increase in contact hour funding rate comes at the expense of a success point, because the pot is fairly fixed. So as you slide one to increase contact hour funding, you decrease success point funding. And that's been an argument within TAC ever since I've been involved, is depending on the size of the school, location of the school, some schools favor contact hour and some favor success. And these items are in discussion by the Texas Community College Finance Commission, and we're hopeful there'll be some change and improvement, but at this point we really don't know. And there isn't likely to be an increase. The commissioner has discussed supporting success points based on socioeconomic challenges, particularly not with HERF, but at this point, all the feedback that I've received from the meetings at the Finance Commission has been of a conceptual nature, nothing really of substance that we can expect to see. I believe their final report will come out before the legislative session, and we will be discussing with the External Relations Committee our approach to asking our legislators to support initiatives and funding models that will help HCC and not harm the state. So some more to come on that, but what you said is correct.
Any other questions, Trustee Laredo?
I'd just like for us to look at all the numbers again and see how we can, work with our salary area for our staff and our faculty. We know because they're the boots on the ground, and so we know that, it happens, the college is because of them and the students, and so they go hand in hand. So we need to make sure that we look at those numbers again and see how we can help that area. The other part is I had a concern on, I know that we had extras or, where was it? Okay, it was for vacant positions, that if we didn't fill them, then we could use that money. And so my concern is that sometimes we want to save so we don't fill the positions, but we've got to make sure that those positions that we're saving were they put in place because we needed them. So
Right.
we want to make sure that they're there and they were used and because they were going to make an impact, and not just try to save and eliminate them and put the burden on somebody else.
No, totally understand. That's a good point. The vacant but not filled positions were very aged, some of them as long as 3 years. And so you look at how you repurpose it. I'm just trying to reduce the footprint of HCC in terms of the salary cost. And so we still have adequate money to fund. As I mentioned, we're very strong financially. If we need to build up the online program or whatever program it is, we can still hire employees. We just want to hire the employees that we want and we need for our new journey, our new environment, and where we're going. And we trying really hard, to balance that with we're very proud that we haven't had any layoffs or furloughs or anything. So I think we've fared through the COVID pandemic fairly well.
I have a question based on Trustee Laredo's comment, because I share her sentiments. And you said that the monies is there in case in case we fill those vacancies. But my point is, the monies that you're reserving to fill vacancies, right now with enrollment where it is, to me, I think we need to focus on making sure that we maintain the quality faculty and staff we have, and could that money be repurposed in order to make sure they get the 2% that they didn't get?
Right. And just to make sure I clarify that point, the $4.5 million, almost $5 million last year, and then $5 million we're proposing, those monies are not being eliminated and just thrown away. Those are so we can pay and do the other, and all those initiatives I went through today. That's how we're making that affordable for us, because we didn't need those positions. They've been vacant a long time, and we still have money to hire people when we need them. We have adequate,
Okay,
reserve.
I hear what you're saying, but right now we have faculty who's overworked, working hard, and we need to consider their position.
Yes, and that's why I said that your good people will leave if the comp's not correct.
Exactly.
And they'll vote with their feet, and the ones that will stay are the ones that we probably would not want to stay. So, in that,
Don't want to lose our good faculty and staff.
yes,
We don't
absolutely.
want
They're the ones that
anybody.
make education
Yeah.
happen.
That's right. Okay. Any other? Trustee Glacier.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. I know it takes a while to get all this delivered, so I appreciate all the details. Appreciate the comments from my fellow trustees, Trustee Laredo and Trustee Lenton Gary, about taking care of the faculty and making sure that we take care of them. They are, as one trustee said, our boots on the ground, the reason we're here. So I know we need to work on that. I went through this presentation, and well, first question, can you, I want to get a definition of balanced budget. I've seen like there's been issues over that over the past years. So a balanced budget means our revenues match our expenses, and a subset of that means if we borrow or if we take money out of fund balance and we spend it, that's still a balanced budget, correct? What is your definition? The definition that's been presented to me is we have a balanced budget even if we take money out of fund balance, as long as it all adds up.
In an organization, I think that is healthy and you have a good balanced budget, you take a revenue stream that will cover your operating expenses, and it will also allow you to create the initiatives, or whether you're in engineering or education or running donut shops, you have the ability to fund some of those programs without dipping into the fund balance. However, we kind of have a chicken and egg scenario here. For us to create a better mousetrap to become the college of choice, we have been very, very frugal, if not stingy, with some of the operating dollars. And so there's not been a lot of initiatives that have been funded. Now, HERF has actually helped us create a very strong fund balance. And I would hope that we're able to draw out of the HERF fund balance for some of those special initiatives that we bring to the board. Because if we want to increase enrollment, we need to do the following things. We need to have more faculty, better faculty, professional development for the faculty. We need to help support that. We need a better website. We need more marketing. We can't do all that in 1 year, and I can't even give the full merit increase in 1 year. We have to do it over a period of years. It would just be too expensive in 1 year. So that would be my definition of a true balanced budget, is that we get to the point in the future where we have excess revenue coming in over the expenses to do some of these things. But until we get to that point, we will have to use some either HERF money, which evaporates at the end of this fiscal 23, or we'll have to use fund balance to do some of these special things. And that will then increase enrollment, which will then increase tuition and increase tuition and fees that we get until we can grow that way. So that's my definition.
All right, well, that sounds like a multi-year plan. I just wanted to know if taking money out of fund balance to match your expenses with revenues constituted a balanced budget. In my understanding, it is. I just want to make sure that we understand that, because that's the way I think it's been explained to me in prior periods. That we have a fund, we have a balanced budget as long as our revenues, whether they come from traditional sources or our fund balance, match our expenses.
That's correct. Balanced budget is agnostic to the sources, right? And I just want to point out, we don't have a working line of capital. So if we, this year, were able to not spend $7 million because we didn't need to, we have no place to put it except in fund balance.
Right.
And so the next year, if we want to use that $7 million to fund pay increases or to fund a project, we will bring it to the board as a recommendation to pull out a fund balance. That is our working capital.
Yes, if an expense doesn't match our current revenue, that's where we have to go for money. I understand that.
Right, but it's not depleting the reserve as by policy. That we're in a situation where we're far in excess. In fact, we might have to come to the board with a change in policy because we're so much in excess of our policy requirement for the fund balance. So again, over the years, we've saved money. So I just want to make sure that when we refer to using fund balance, that it's not characterized as dipping into monies that we need for emergencies. This is a different scenario when we don't have another account that we can where we can park unspent revenues. The alternative, if we didn't do that, we would spend money without needing to spend the money. Right? And some government agencies do that. We don't do that. So I just wanted to clarify.
I appreciate that, and I have full confidence that you won't spend money that's not needed to be spent. That's why you're in the position you are, and I appreciate that. But my point being is that we oftentimes, at least I'm in my 9th year here, we have often presented budgets to where we spent money from fund balance, and it's a balanced budget, and yet at the end of the year, we end up putting money back into fund balance, where when we projected our initial budget, we didn't. HISD just went through an external audit, and the opinion from those external auditors said that they were doing the same thing, and they had real concerns about how their budget was being managed in that manner, and they thought that they were leaving money on the table and not getting funds to the students. So I was just a little concerned about that. That's not my primary discussion for today, but it is something we might want to take a look at based on what happened there, looking forward and looking at our numbers. Moving on, you guys are talking about a tax rate increase. I've been here for many years, and I see, our base increases year after year as far as hard dollars. We get more revenue, ad valorem revenue, hard dollar, year after year after year. The last 6 or 7 years, our enrollment's gone down. Yet we've received more money. So we're getting more money per student from the taxpayers every year. And I hear that, commercial entities pay the majority of this taxes, and, big businesses and commercial, homeowners pay very little. Well, the way it kind of works is most of the folks here and probably in this room probably own a home. And although they've seen their values go up, they've seen their taxes go up every year without a tax rate increase. Matter of fact, many tax entities in the area have reduced their tax rate over the last several periods because of the increase that they've seen in revenues and on the tremendous appreciation of property. So while I may complain about my taxes at my home or even at my business, I have the luxury of appreciating a balance sheet bump. I say, well, my tax bill went up, but the value of my house went up. How many people in our community don't have that benefit? They rent their property. They live paycheck to paycheck. They absorb the full brunt of the inflation and the appreciation, but they receive no benefits. They are already paying more and more every year. If you're renting an apartment, if you have a business and you rent from a landlord, you're paying that. It's all pass through. So every time I see us not reducing our tax rate, I see an increased burden on many of the folks that we're committed to serve in this community. So I have it's a challenge for me to see us ask for more money from the taxpayers who ad valorem when our business model is shrinking. We're serving less students. We're generating less contact hours over a multi-year period. Yet we're getting more and more money from the ad valorem component. And I'm real concerned about, and yes, as Trustee Wilson mentioned, our revenues are the rate that the state reimburses us is going up, but we haven't seen that go up. We've seen it go down. It's because we have less students. We're delivering less product. And you talk about needing to spend more money on advertising and that we have competitors. But we're a governmental entity that's sponsored largely by governmental dollars. How far do we go in justifying spending money for advertising and marketing against competitors when we're spending the taxpayers' dollars? We're not a business. We're a public entity. We're providing a service to the community that the taxpayers have funded. If we're competing against many other entities for the same students, we need to look at that at a more macro level, because that's not an efficient use of tax dollars. We need to be delivering curriculum to students. And I'm real concerned about some of these expenses and how they go up, and all of a sudden it justifies taking even more money from the taxpayers. So I know that you guys work hard. I know that our faculty, our staff have gone through COVID, and it's been a tremendous challenge, as it's been for many folks. And it's tough to see all of us going through this. It's tough to see reduced enrollment, and a lot not to do with what we're doing. I mean, when our partner ISD has seen tremendous losses in students, that affects us. But it's not in our control. We can't affect that. We can try and partner with them and do more things, but that's something that's out of our control. So I'm just concerned about this budget. I want to focus again, like Trustee Laredo and Trustee Linton Gary said, faculty and the people that are on the ground delivering the product we're here to deliver. And I want to make sure that we focus and make sure, and like you said, we don't want to lose the best folks, but maybe we do want to lose the worst folks. So maybe we need to have a model that keeps the best folks, but doesn't encourage the worst folks to stay. That doesn't help us either. So I hope that we have a model that encourages that type of culture where, if we want to be the best, we have to be the best. And we have to have the best folks here. And we have to have a model that drives that. Just paying everybody more is not an answer to get there. It takes a little more of a model than just paying people more blanketly to say you're going to have the best people all the time. But again, I'm just a trustee here. I don't run the place. That I leave these complicated decisions and activities to you guys, because you're the professionals, and I know that you guys will do it. And I just needed to say that I'm concerned about how the presentation is. I know you guys have done a great job over the years doing a lot of good things, and I applaud you and support you in doing so. And I'm just concerned that we're taking in more and more money from the taxpayers who are really, when you get down to it, the people that are writing the checks for this, the people that are really paying ad valorem taxes are oftentimes the people that can't afford it, and either directly or indirectly. And I'm concerned when we go that route, and we haven't re-examined our model to make sure that we take care of that. So I'm way past the time that other folks need for so I'm gonna stop there, and if you have comments, that's fine. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for what you do.
Thank you, and I appreciate everything you said. I would point out that, if you're living in an apartment or you have a rental home versus owning a home, you may not see that appreciation, but that's part of our mission, is to serve the communities. And a lot of those folks, we have the waivers in place. Like I said, it's a double-digit, 7-figure number, 8-figure number, and so there are ways that we could do that, but then the pain and the burden of funding that goes onto the back of the student. We're trying to avoid that. And so we're trying to work with this. We look at what's best. I want to reassure Trustee Linton Gary that, we're wanting to take care of our faculty. We're wanting to take care of our employees. I agree with you 100%. A 2% merit increase adjustment across the board for everybody, regardless of performance. That's not a real motivator for the people that are not performing, or the people that are doing this, knocking it out of the park. So we try to work with that in terms of succession planning and career path. And then our operating expenses, you noticed there was nothing that had an increase that even remotely touched on the inflation rates that I talked about. So we're trying to be as frugal as we can on operating expenses. I'm not the marketing expert. We have a couple people that do that, and we have some consultants that help us. But when you see them all the time and you see some of the things they're doing, if we don't participate in those realms, on our journey, like I said when I opened up, everyone has a different journey. Ours is going to be different than the people to the north. It's going to be different than the people in Austin. We're all going to do, and next year, or 6 months from now, something may change in the world, and we're going to have to make a different pivot and make an adjustment in course. But thank you for the comments. I appreciate your talk.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I do. Quick question. One point. Tax collection rate, 97.5. Where was it last year? This seems a little overly conservative at this point in time with your tax collection rate at 97.5. So
Do you think it's overly conservative?
Yes. What did you collect last I heard? We were at over 100%.
We normally do, but again, with the economy the way it is, I'm concerned about going too far out. You know, you're almost at 98%. You're almost perfect. We're actually a little bit behind where we were last year on the collection. Now, some of that could just be HCAD's behind and not sending us the money quickly, but they're doing it faster than they did last year and faster than they did the year before. So I'm wondering if people now are starting to slow down because, you know, their business is still not picked up or whatever, that we're not going to collect. But I appreciate all your comments and especially the real estate comments.
I want to echo that what's been said about faculty and pay raises. They have expressed it to us,
Yes.
their concerns, and that they're making Chick-fil-A money. So we want to make sure we get that right as soon as we possibly can. And then the other thing is, I like an update on the cancellation of the collaboratorium in terms of funds and budget. What happened with the North Forest last meeting when you gave us an update? You talked about a cancellation of, I think, a collaboratorium, and that funds would be used from HER for something to replace or create something different. So do you have an update on where things are there?
Yeah, that's a little micro than I have in my head right now, but I can get you an answer on that. But what I said is that there's a different model, and we have a couple of people that really drive the concept and the true use of what a collaboratorium is. And so we're not saying we're not going to do anything out there. It's just going to look. There's a newer version, if you will. It's the new model car that's out that may be a little bit different collaboratorium, not in terms of cost or what it does, but the way it's laid out.
Okay, well, it still was canceled, and you were looking at, and maybe it was a chancellor explained it, that her funds were going to be used for it, and so it was moving from one budget to another or something.
Well, as I mentioned, we're trying to create these digital divide labs that are really awesome, and HERF is going to fund 100% of those. And each college will have those, at least one. And it's going to be something we've never had before. And to the point that the chancellor was making, you know, we don't really have a capital spending line in the budget. And maybe in the future that's in the cards. But, you know, we'll get those spaces out there that may be called something different, but it will be serving basically the same purpose, but more approachable by the community in which they are.
I'm confused. I thought you had a budget for a project that you canceled the project.
No, we just postpone that design of it, maybe a better way to say that. And like I said, I'm getting off into an area where I don't have the latest information. I'll be happy to send you a TI report on that.
Well, if you can bring it to the board, I think the community will want to know since it was brought to the board and it was shared that it was canceled. So we will want an explanation so that we're all on the same page, including us and the community.
We'll put it on the CIP report next month.
Thank you.
I just have one question about the insurance. Has there been an increase in the insurance costs considering all of the issues that we've been facing? Legal issues, your insurance risk management seems to hold steady. Was there an increase in insurance from 21 to 22?
I've got to go back to expenses. It was minimal. You see that third line, insurance/risk management, budgeted 22 was $7 million and some change. It's flat. And that's one I was talking about where kudos off to the Office of General Counsel and to risk management for negotiating, but it's also kudos to HCC because our insurance modifier is so low. We have a good record on our facilities in terms of security and safety and our traveling and people all driving automobiles, et cetera. So that all contributed.
But insurance just doesn't include those two things. We have other insurance requirements. So considering our legal insurance requirements, has that changed?
I wouldn't be able to answer that.
So nobody knows the
And maybe,
answer to the
is
question
Bob
of
McCracken here?
the cost of insurance changing when it comes to
Bring
legal?
up Bob.
Hi.
Hello.
So the biggest bulk of that insurance budget is going to be your property insurance. But the liability insurance, which it would include for legal claims, et cetera, has essentially been flat as well. We've had kind of minimal increases in that. I don't remember the exact percentage, but it's been around 6%, 4% year over year on that line item. And so, and part of it relates to underwriting. So underwriting does two things. They're projecting claims, but they're also basing on previous claims. And so there's a mix of both. Previous claims have been very low, which has really helped us going forward. And in terms of volume, there's not a lot of pending claims out there. So we've been pretty steady with it. Obviously, if you get a couple of significant claims, it could change. But for right now, we've been stable.
So for 2023, we're not anticipating any significant change.
Right, and our policies renew in March. And so it's a March 1 through February 28th. And so half of it is in this fiscal year budget and half of it will be in next fiscal year. And we just renewed last month. And so those rate renewals are good for the next 12 months.
Thank you, Bob.
Any other?
Thank y'all very much.
Next is item D, report on 2022 trustee annual training on governance, ethics, finance, and Title IX. Melissa Mahalik, Board Counsel, will provide an overview.
Good afternoon. I will keep this brief as we have sort of passed over into the time that our regular meeting was supposed to start. The purpose today of this report item is just to document for the minutes that the training materials have been sent to board members. Those certifications indicating that you've completed your independent review of those materials are due back to board services on April 30th. I believe that they've received some. If they haven't received yours yet, they'll reach out with a reminder. I'm happy to answer any questions right now. Or in the interest of time, you can reach out to me at a later date if you've got any questions on the training materials, however you all would prefer.
Are there any questions?
There were certain training materials that paralleled other organizations, and I used both. So is that documented in the receipt? I did send the notice to board services.
I saw a copy of that email correspondence.
And so you have the list of all of the trainings that I did?
Yes.
Okay, and that list is complete?
Yes, I will go back and double check that, but I believe, based on my recollection, it was.
Perfect, thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Only that, I know that I don't remember which ones I already completed. So can you just let me know or let us know, send us a reminder of what we need to do? Which ones we need to update?
Yeah, well, and so we've provided you with the recordings for each of the topics that are covered in the bylaws. Once you've reviewed all of those, then you send that certification letter in that I believe we sent via email. Send that certification letter into board services, just indicating that you've completed the requirement.
Okay, so if we still need at least one, then the recording is there, that we can, the video's there.
Yes,
Okay.
and if you've got any trouble accessing it, just let us know. We'll make sure that you're able to get to it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'll let you sit down. Okay, this meeting is hereby adjourned at
4:27 p.m.
Okay, we will start the regular meeting in approximately 5 minutes.
Yes, did you get the notice? Okay. Yes, sure. I didn't write on here. I'll pick that up. I didn't write on here that this one is canceled.
afternoon. We are ready to begin the meeting. This regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Houston Community College System will now come to order on April 20th, 2022 at
4:37 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purpose of listed on the duly posted. Let us continue to remember in our thoughts and prayers all those who have lost loved ones. At this time, please join Dr. Reagan Flowers as she leads us in prayer, followed by the pledge. Dr. Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let us go to God. Our most merciful Father, as we gather together as a college system, as a community, and as the events of the day continue to unfold, we seek your clarity, your peace, and your understanding. We know you are with us as we gather and will never forsake us. Scripture reminds us, the more we seek you, the more we will find you. Lead our surrendered hearts and minds to do good works for the students and faculty we serve. So as we continue to convene here today, help us to respond to challenges and endure disagreement with godly courage and love. Grant us peace in knowing we are pursuing your will and purpose for our lives. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. We are now ready to approve the minutes from Academic and Student Affairs, Audit, Board Governance, Committee of the Whole, External Relations, Marketing, and special meetings on February 2nd, 2020, special meeting, which was a board retreat on February 12th, 2022, and regular and special board workshop meeting on February 16th, 2022. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for February 2022?
So moved, Trustee Reichert.
Is there a second?
Evil Laredo.
It has been moved and second. Are there any corrections to the minutes? If there are no corrections, we are now ready to vote on the approval of the minutes for February 2022. Please cast your votes.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor, no opposing.
Thank you. We will now move to our awards and presentations and recognitions. Todd DePlantis will introduce the awards, presentations, and recognitions.
Thank you. Before we start, we must mention that the presentation of resolution recognizing Representative Garman at Coleman, Texas State House of Representatives, District 147, has been moved to May the 18th. At this time, we ask for the representatives from Capital One to join the Chancellor and trustees in front of the dais in recognition for their support of the HCC Foundation and HCC's Closing the Digital Divide for Family-Owned Small Business Program. Capital One has contributed $50,000 to HCC's Office of Entrepreneurial Initiatives in support of small businesses in Houston. If you would all come forward, and Chancellor and trustees, if you would come in front of the make your way to in front of the dais. Thank you, everyone. Trustees and Chancellor, please remain in front of the dais for the next presentation. At the conclusion of the presentations, we'll have remarks by our donors, HCC Foundation, and others. We're now pleased to invite representatives from the Black History Committee to join the trustees and chancellor in front of the dais in recognition of their support of the 2022 HCC Black History Scholarship Celebration and Black History Committee 100 Club. All right. Thank you all very much. And trustees and chancellor, we have one more presentation, then we'll be bringing back the HCC Foundation and the Black History Committee for remarks. We're going to recognize the 2022 NISOD Excellence Award recipients. So if those recipients are here, please make your way to the dais. Annually, the National Institute for Staff and Organizational Development, known as NISOD, recognizes faculty for excellence in teaching. It is our pleasure to congratulate and recognize the recipients of the 2022 NISOD Excellence Award for their outstanding contribution to teaching and leadership. The award recipients will be recognized during the NISOD's annual international conference at the award celebration and dinner on May 29th, 2022. We invite the following award recipients to join the trustees and chancellor in front of the dais for recognition. Kamisha Broussard, English faculty. Manaz Kolani, Counseling and Ability Services. Michael Phillips, Computer Systems Networking faculty, and Andrew Tees, the Government faculty. Now, the NISOD Excellence Awards were established in 1991 to provide NISOD member colleges with an opportunity to recognize individuals doing extraordinary work on their campuses. All right, thank you and congratulations to each of you. Trustees and Chancellor, you may now return to the dais.
Please, you can squeeze it in here. Come on, be nice to me. Be nice to me. That's true. That's true.
All right, we'll now have remarks from Karen Schmidt and the Capital One representatives.
Thank you, Chancellor Maldonado and Board of Trustees Chair Cynthia Linton-Gary and trustees. I'm honored to have the opportunity as the Foundation President to thank Capital One for your support of Houston Community College. Capital One has given, as you just saw with the check presentation, $50,000 this year to support HCC's Office of Entrepreneurial Initiatives. in support of small businesses in Houston. Thank you in particular to Jim Nicholas, Houston Market President, who is here with us today. We are grateful for your support and partnership and for all you do in the Houston community. I will now hand it over to Maya DeNovo, HCC's Chief Entrepreneurial Officer, who would like to say a few words of gratitude. Maya?
Thank you, Karen. And I'm deeply grateful to Capital One's support of Houston Community College and so honored to have the opportunity to thank them here today. Through our innovative Business Digital Academy, which is funded by Capital One, HCC is closing the digital divide that is frequently faced by small and family-owned businesses. We are accelerating these businesses in an incubator-like curricula and teaching them the digital skills to expand their businesses to an online platform. Through a 4-week program, this spring, HCC's entrepreneurial team, the Bellwether Award-winning team, taught small family-owned businesses to effectively leverage social media platforms and organize their online businesses and social media campaigns. This enabled them to reach new markets, more people, build a stronger brand, and significantly enhance their professional online presence. The program is offered both in English and in Spanish to reach a broad range of small business owners. This year, 37 businesses participated, and we'll be offering Part 2 due to demand and the ability to extend this wonderful program. I just have to share, one of our participants said, quote, "This is the best virtual seminar I have ever attended. I learned so much in just 4 weeks and look forward to Part 2. So we're planning Part 2 this summer, and none of this, of course, would have been possible without the support of our friends from Capital One. And I'd like to invite Jim Nicholas to join me at the podium to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you all. Myra, thank you. I just want to say on behalf of Capital One how much we really enjoyed the partnership as well as supporting this program. The students were very knowledgeable, skilled, and it was great seeing the small businesses and how they performed working with the students. I just wanted to thank you again, and hope we can do some more ventures in the coming future. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Again, thank you all for your gracious contributions. And at this time, we invite HCC Foundation President Karen Schmidt, Farrell Prestige, and Donnell Cooper to the podium for some brief remarks.
Thank you, Board Chair, Trustee Linton Gary, Chancellor Maldonado, and Trustees. I'm honored to have the opportunity as HCC Foundation President to thank the Black History for their support for Houston Community College student success. The Black History Scholarship Committee is an affinity group of the HCC Foundation and was created to provide scholarships for African and African American students attending Houston Community College. The Black History Scholarship Gala is a signature event and held during Black History Month in February. In this February, the Black History Committee held its virtual scholarship gala under the leadership of co-chairs Donnell Cooper and Farrell Prestige. Donnell and Farrell have both led the Black History Committee to new heights of fundraising success. I will let Donnell and Farrell share their exciting results. We are humbled and grateful for their leadership and the volunteer support of this committee. We look forward to continuing our partnership for many years to come. It is now my honor to invite Donnell and Farrell to the podium.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. The function of education is to teach one to think incisively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education. Dr. Martin Luther King. When you develop critical thinking, you no longer take the things for granted. You start questioning why things are the way they are. You learn about people who say something wrong and have the courage to do things differently in their personal lives or led a nation to an impactful transformation. Yes, you need courage and tenacity, but when you get an education, you start realizing you can make a difference too. On behalf of the Black History Committee, we are proud to be here before you on today. As Karen Smith just stated, we want to thank HCC along with the Foundation for their endowed support for our recent success in our annual Black History Gala. As you stated today, we want to thank the trustees for all your endured support. We are here today to formally present our total fundraising efforts, and we also have a special guest here as well. As many of you know, my co-chair, who I'm just privileged to be standing here with me. I know she's not going to say probably anything with me, but I do thank Ms. Farrell Prestich. This has been a great duo opportunity as co-chairing this role with Ms. Farrell Prestich. And we also have an extended guest of Dr. William Harmon's daughter, Ms. Hillary Harmon, who is here with us today as our special guest, with also a special presentation that I'll introduce at this time.
Thank you all very much. To Madam Chair, the trustees, Dr. Maldonado, the committee, and all assembled here. I am so grateful on behalf of my dad and our family to be here to present and match the initial commitment given by HCC from our family to the HCC family as well. My dad, as you all know, loved this college, and more importantly, he loved the students here. So it's with a very full heart. I'm so very grateful, and I feel very blessed. I wish he could be here doing this, but instead it's me. I'm not sure that's a great second, but anyway, thank you all so much to the HCC community. We are pleased. And I think that if my dad were here to say anything, he would, first of all, tell me not to be long, so I won't be. And secondly, to make sure that I didn't break down, and that I certainly expressed how much he cared for the students he served. So thank you so much to the HCC family.
As Donnell said, he's the front end of the operation. I'm kind of the back end, so I don't do much of the talking. But I did want to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you all for your continued support, and to those others of you that are in the room and listening in that have donated to the Black History Committee. It's a tremendous help to a number of our students. And so we appreciate you and look forward to you supporting us again next year. Thank you.
Today, we presented a check today for $64,415. We're proud to announce today that Dr. William Harmon's family, Hillary Harmon, will be also adding an additional donation of $5,000 to that. So that brings to a grand total of $69,415,000. That $5,000 will be the initial start to the Dr. William Harmon Scholarship Initiative. At our last board meeting, we talked about that the Black History Committee will be in the fall. We will be kicking off an initiative with our first annual full scholarship to a male or female in the incoming fall year of 2023. This will be an initiative for a graduate from ACC to graduate from the institution in a debt-free capacity. Again, this will be on an annual basis, and also Dr. Hillary Harmon is also working on an initiative for us to continue that free tuition opportunity at the four-year institution that Dr. William Harmon graduated from. And so we also are in communication with the college as well to extend the opportunity for further education for a debt-free opportunity. On behalf again of the Black History Committee, we'd like to thank the board of trustees again. Everyone has received your BAC lapel pins. We thank you. You look proud and glorified in your lapel pins. We also have your certificates and a thank you letter here that we'll make sure that is distributed to you as well. Thanks again.
Thanks again to the Black History Committee members and to each of our donors today for your generosity. Madam Chair, this concludes the awards and recognitions.
Thank you.
May I?
Yes.
I would just like to thank the Black History Scholarship Committee. You guys are amazing. I mean, your energy, your drive, your commitment to do what you do is something that I just hold really dear to my heart. And I thank you on behalf of the students that you impact. So thank you so very much. To Capital One, thank you as well, sir. I have a couple of hats here that I wear. I'm also with the Tejano Center, which is a nonprofit. And I can tell you firsthand that Capital One is always there, making sure that they're giving back to the community. So thank you, sir, for your generous donation here to the Houston Community College System, and to the award recipients for the 2022 NISOD Excellence Award. Congratulations to each and every one of you. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Trustee Tamez. I think you just spoke what we all feel up here. So I'm just going to say ditto from all of us. Okay.
I'd like to express my thanks, too, for the Black History Month and their contribution. And to Capital One, I'd like to ask them, what's in your wallet?
Madam Chair.
Very good, Trustee Wilson. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd just like to say something personally to Hillary, because I know and I understand, how important this is to you. And you need to know and understand how important your father and your mother were to us. And we thank you so much for sharing them. And we thank you so much for continuing their legacy here at the college, so that their name will be here always for our students. Thank you so much, Hillary.
Anyone else? Well, I think the three trustees said it best falls. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, in the words of Trustee Laredo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, at this time, we will open the floor for trustees to provide information regarding activities in their respective districts, an overview from conferences or workshops attended, or to recognize individuals for outstanding contribution in the community that promotes education and community service. We ask the trustees to limit to no more than 4 minutes. But, yeah, let's try 2. Okay. We will start. Trustee Tamez?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. As always, I take this opportunity to thank everyone, starting with our staff and our faculty for your day-to-day commitment to doing what we do best, and that's making sure that we impact lives in a positive way, and that every single person that walks through our doors walks out much stronger and more prepared to tackle what's coming before them. So thank you to our presidents, to our faculty, to our staff, everyone, for all that you do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, I just love your passion. You speak with so much compassion. Trustee Flowers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as always, I just wanted to thank our great leader over at Coleman College, who continues to do outstanding work and leadership. The faculty there, outstanding. I had hoped that I would be able to recognize some of those faculty members today, but I learned today that we're going to do it in May. So I look forward to that day. And, we've got some real good stuff continuing to happen. And as your trustee, not only for Coleman, but for all of the colleges within our system, I'm here to support you in all your efforts. And I know we had a good time yesterday at the Great Houston Partnership Technology Luncheon, and I met one of our outstanding students, Denzel Washington, and they've got an awesome AI conference that they're putting on, and it's coming up soon, and I'm excited about that. And I will miss because I'll be at a training, but boy, the students have worked hard, and it was just with just pride that he shared and talked, and just to hear from the faculty that were there, and just them sharing about their journey to HCC and their commitment to HCC. It was incredible. So
I'm just excited to continue to do this work, and thank you for this opportunity to share, Madam Chair.
Trustee Flowers. Trustee Reichart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to everybody, for all you do every day for our students and our community and our community college. I wanted to recognize also Dr. Edwards, who I attended an event with HISD principals. I believe it was last week. I don't know, my days are running together, but it was an exceptional event. He has an exceptional team out there that really kind of continued this really important discussion we're having with our HISDs, because they are such important partners to us, and that partnership and that pipeline is so critical to the health of Houston and the future. So I just wanted to recognize your exceptional team, and thank you all for all you do.
Trustee Vandal Starwork.
District 9 has been very busy. I want to thank the president, both my presidents, Dr. Siddiqui and Dr. Barillo. Dr. Siddiqui hosted the Senior Solar Luncheon, our seniors who take classes with us, 55 plus, explaining to them in detail the solar program and the companies that have partnered with us for the solar project. As many of you know, there will be a 300-acre solar farm on Reed Road at Rosehaven in my district. And so we are preparing for that by training our students who want to work in the solar industry. So I want to thank Dr. Siddiqui for that. Our community learning program as well, the free courses online that were recently established. One set of courses were established a month ago with Dr. Barillo, and then Dr. Siddiqui established a second set of courses, because I think, Dr. Barillo, we ran out of room, did we not? We ran out of room for those classes. So I want to thank those presidents for that. Thank you, Dr. Barillo, for the Brays Oaks Town Hall meeting. It was exceptional. And I've had very good feedback from those organizations and individuals that attended. I attended this morning an event at Worthing High School. Worthing is now a NASA partner with the National Math Science Initiative. The NMSI is affiliated with NASA's Expedition 66, which is the long-duration space expedition. Principal Hare has worked very well with us to establish our early college high school and increase the number of dual credit courses in Sunnyside. So we're very appreciative to him for that. And congratulations to Howard Beatty, the owner of the 3K Logistics and OOOG brand business. He is a recent Goldman Sachs 1000 small business graduate, and he said it was the best decision of his business life, and he encourages every business person he knows to attend. So kudos to the HCC Goldman Sachs team that makes that happen. I also attended the Keystone Lodge 118 Crawfish Boil and Cashmere Garden to bring awareness to what Houston Community College is doing in District 2, and the She's Happy Hair Foundation Family Celebration at Adair Park. They are a big supporter of Houston Community College. So we want to thank them for supporting us as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Wilson, you have a report? You want to say anything?
I don't have a prepared report, but this week it's real important that this institution does a good job in training the future of this community. And specifically to me, I was in the hospital Monday, and 3 nurses from the nursing program at HCC endoscopic program, I have a picture of them in my hospital bed, and I want to make sure that Dr. Nicotera, the quality and the rigor holds up, because you don't know when you might need their services, and they've been trained here. And I want to thank them for that. And I want to, just say how important it is for this board to keep up the rigor in the programs that we present and the good we do in the community, because you don't know how it's going to affect you the next day. So thank you.
That's right, Trustee Wilson, because, when I was in the hospital, I had a similar experience. The person who did my MRI was just so excited because they saw my little HCC, because they attended HCC. Thank you for that report. Trustee Laredo?
I believe that Dr. Roger and Dr. Nicotera set that program up with the help of Dr. Maldonado about 4 or 5 years ago. And I won't be putting on Facebook any of the photos.
And you can hold it up and let them see. Trustee Laredo?
Thank you. March, we were supposed to be off. We didn't have a board meeting on March, but, it sure was a busy month. And I know I went to a police academy graduation, and then also participated in a Cesar Chavez parade, and also in, just going out into the community, reaching out, letting them know what we have to offer. And then also at the Civic Club meetings, I always make sure I take some brochures and just, again, let them know that we have monies and we're inviting them all to come to HCC because we're the best. We offer so much opportunities. And we also participated with a partnership with Hectra, and so I think that's what they call it, Hector, and I was like, who's Hector? And it was the Harris County Toll Road Association. That was what they were calling themselves, Hector. And so so it was good to know that we're continuing partnerships and we're reaching out to others and that making sure that we're there for them. Also, I want to make sure to invite y'all, if you have not heard, tomorrow at the Southeast Campus, or the East End Campus as they're calling it. I still call it Southeast. Anyway, they're having a career fair tomorrow, and there's at least 50 opportunities out there, employers that are going to hire you, so if you want a job, go there. So that's tomorrow morning. Also, I'm so glad to know that the Astros are back in, and that's where I'll be. I should have been there today because they were giving out Altuve's ring, and y'all know that that's my favorite player. So, but I'm here. I'm dedicated to y'all. Also, Saturday, there's also another opportunity for our students in our community. It's Christina Morales is hosting an education fair at Moody Park, so be out there. We're going to be there too. HCC is going to be present. So we're just continuing to reaching out to the community, letting them know again all the great opportunities that we have. Thank you, faculty and staff, for the great job you're doing, and to all our students that are out there. You're on the right track, so thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laredo. I have been so busy, like Trustee Laredo said, during the month of March, that I can't even remember half of the locations or events I attended. I was just that busy, and I even would call Trustee Laredo and say, can you go? Can you make it? And it's great because she'd be like, yeah, I'm in that part of town. I can do it. And, and that's a great thing. But I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you sitting in the audience, because you are the reason that the college works. And I just want you to know that you are appreciated, because a lot of times you put in your hard work and you be like, dang, nobody never says I'm doing a good job. So I just think that, you need to know that you're truly, truly appreciated. Every administrator, every faculty member, every president, and board services, you are sincerely appreciated, because I know I worry you. And I appreciate you being patient with me. I sincerely do. So again, I just have to say thank you to all of you for the work you do. And thank you for sitting here when we're going on and on in the back. And I know you just want to throw something at the door and say, throw a bomb and say, we out of here, we going home. But thank you for that. And I just want us to just continue to work together as one big team to move this college forward. Thank you. Chancellor?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My report this month, I'm going to, as I've done it and here recently about the last year or so, I want to start with looking at some student performance data. And I want to share with the board some couple of charts that show the percentage of students that are earning 15 or more college level credit hours in their first year. So this is by cohort year. You see the total number has gone from 44% in the cohort that started in 2016 to 59%, the most recent cohort we have data for. This includes full-time and part-time students. These are phenomenal rates of increase, and this is a combination of what's going on in the classroom, student support, tutoring. There's a full court press on getting these students to be successful. And this amount of college work in their first year is predictive of the student's success in completing their credentials. This will help students develop academic momentum in their journey, and this is an early measure, as I said, that we can examine where the supports that we're putting in place are working, like co-requisite that has been very effective, and we're making note of that. In the last 5 years, again, this 15% increase is a tremendous amount of success, and I want to congratulate all of the HCC staff, faculty, and administrators for making this happen. Now, I want to go to a little bit closer, a little more granular look, so you can see the student success across the different ethnic groups that they're at the college. Increase in every group, so it's just not a total increase, it's an increase by ethnicity. We have African American students that have increased over this time period from 32% to over 50%, to 51 to be exact. Hispanic students from 43 to 46, white students from 52 to 67, and Asian students from 63 to 78. So again, a phenomenal effort by our team, the HCC team, working as one college together to bring these sort of success rates to the college. I want to congratulate Dr. Zach Hodges, and I don't let the title of the slide worry you. There's no farewell here. Dr. Hodges, president of Northwest College, doesn't need an introduction in this group, but he's been recognized as serving in the position as president for 25 years at the upcoming American Association for Community Colleges Hail and Farewell Luncheon on May the 1st. So we will all support him in the room during the hail part, and we'll all leave together with him before the farewell part starts. So, and we all know the accomplishments of Dr. Hodges, and he started the entrepreneurship program that now it has a line waiting to enter. He's built a high-performance culture of respect and appreciation for each employee at the Northwest College. He created a vision for the A-Leaf campus, the West Houston Institute, the New Katy campus, and he also brought those to fruition. So he had the thought, and he was able to deliver on that thought. He was instrumental in leading the establishment of the engineering programs that we have, the partnership with University of Texas at Tyler, Texas A&M University, and University of Houston. And I'm familiar with the UT Tyler programs as they came out of the starting gate, and I can attest that the HCC program that was initiated by Dr. Hodges is the leading partnership in the state with UT Tyler. He continues to champion HCC by building networks and innovative partnerships that benefit the institution and primarily its students. So thank you very much, Dr. Hodges, and we look forward to celebrating your 25-year recognition soon. The Small Business Development Program held its 7th annual Access to HCC Procurement Expo at the West Houston Institute. This was on March 8th. The purpose of the expo was to give businesses an opportunity to connect and network with HCC's procurement officers and representatives from other college departments. This year's expo was a hybrid featuring 6 virtual booths, 14 community partner booths, and 21 HCC booths. Keynote speaker was Mr. Jay Steinfeld, founder of Blinds.com. The expo was well received this year with over 500 attendees virtually and in person. I want to thank the HCC procurement team for another successful event. Thank you all. April is Community College Month, which presents a great opportunity to get the word out about why community colleges matter, how HCC is serving the community's needs today, and why public support is more important today than ever to keep a strong network of community colleges driving not only the state but the country. Please join the trustees and me in taping PSAs that are being shared on various social media platforms, recognizing the importance of community colleges and the value that Houston Community College brings to the areas that we serve. This will begin soon, and some of you may have already done those. Madam Chair, at this time, I would like to invite Dr. Antrice Paget to the podium to present the Faculty Senate report.
Good afternoon, Board Chair, Dr. Cynthia Linton Gary, Chancellor Maldonado, trustee members, HCC leadership, and those in attendance. The HCC faculty has been extremely busy this month with staffing classes for summer and fall 2022, addressing curriculum development, and most importantly, teaching, grading assignments, and preparing students for the upcoming final exam cycle. At this time, I want to speak from my heart on behalf of our adjunct colleagues. Excuse me, my allergies are messing with me. Our adjunct colleagues, many who are experiencing financial difficulties and challenges. The Senate began dispersing emergency funds last April. And as of today, we have awarded $10,000. But unfortunately, we have people who are coming back and we can no longer disperse any money. Presently, as of yesterday, we had 7 colleagues who needed assistance desperately, and we did not have funds in our emergency bank to help them. Trustees, executive leaders, will you please consider donating to the Adjunct Emergency Fund? You can do this by donating through the HCC Foundation. The faculty members, these adjuncts, teach our students despite their personal challenges because they are committed to the mission of community colleges and they value Houston Community College from their heart. Our Vice Chancellor of Instruction, Dr. Norma Perez, has committed to helping, and I honestly hope you will too. Now, at this time, I'm going to bring to the podium 2 distinguished colleagues, Nichelle Nelson and Dr. Alicia Dejean, who will speak on behalf of the cosmetology program.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us today. We're delighted to be here to speak with you about some great student successes, probably which many of you have had a part in supporting our students. We have some exciting historical information in case you didn't know. Cosmetology department's been around over 40 years at HCC since 1982 when the first salon opened in Haiti. So that's exciting. We're still serving students today and serving our community, and it's a vibrant program. Oh, great. There it goes. All right, so the beauty industry is one that really is full of creativity and excitement. Just raise your hand in here if you get haircuts, right? Yes, everybody. So the pandemic did not stop us, did not slow us, and our students were not replaced by computers. They are really excited to be in their jobs, and we have a multitude of opportunities when they graduate to create success as small business owners, which is very, very exciting for those students coming through our program. We are one program, one team, and we are ingrained with DEI philosophy. We're a diverse group of cosmetology instructors and a unique set of students that come through our programs. We offer higher education for different types of students with academic rigor so they can excel in their career, and it is amazing what we see. Giving back in our community, the connections that are made, the graduates who are so successful and still want to come back and spend time with us. We can't believe it sometimes. We're kind of hard with all of our research papers. So bridging the gaps is important to us for workforce programs, offering personalized learning pathways for different learning styles. Some of these students maybe could not go to a different university until they came here, and then they moved on. And so we're so grateful to Dean Bremer, who always supports us as a champion in our corner, and Dr. Siddiqui, who has really pushed and helped us develop an amazing barber program and helped us to get new technology and top of the line for our students to be able to offer services to the community. So we're so grateful to our leadership. The industry trends today will shock some of you. They shock me sometimes when I go back and look. As 2023, our industry is an $805 billion industry, offering 670,000 jobs in the U.S. alone. A lot of our students can also work abroad, cruise ships and different types of vacation resorts and things like that around the world. So it's not just here. I have one on a cruise ship now. I can't wait to hear about her tour. So we are feeling like we want to help these students, and they are earning high salaries. These aren't small salaries, and this is what is so interesting to us when we see sometimes numbers, and we're like, what? We know what we pay for a haircut. So there are hot trends that are happening right now. Many of our students are getting their own small businesses in these salon suites. If you've seen them popping up everywhere around town, they can now be a small business owner for not too much of an investment, and they make high earning potential with those businesses. We have a few students we want to spotlight. I'm going to let Ms. Nelson take over for our superstar student here.
Yes, great things are happening in our cosmetology program. One of many I would like to share with you is this HCC superstar student, Rafael Aparicio. And he is a graduate and is thriving in his career as a professional hairstylist to the stars, Julie Andrews, Deborah Duncan, and just to name a couple, and an on-set stylist for KHOU Channel 11, the Good Day Houston show. And he also takes care of his loyal clientele at the Upper Hand Salon at River Oaks. So, and we have more in the audience.
Yeah, if you have graduated from the cosmetology program in any capacity, would you please stand up if you have graduated from cosmetology? All right, so yeah. So how are we serving? How are we giving back? We offer free beauty services to the public in our spas and salons around the 4 campuses in our community. And we do outreach as well. We go to different events. Some of the pictures that you see here on the PowerPoint, I was speaking at the Women's Business Conference for small business entrepreneurs, and our students did free hand massages. And the blessing was they got to meet other entrepreneurs and learn from them and network. So it was a really beautiful experience. Additionally, the picture with everyone in all black was makeup show, fashion show backstage, which is exciting for the students. They get to participate And some of the collaboration is with our fashion department, which is always wonderful. And sometimes they just get invited to, we get invited to other places, River Oaks Country Club. We've gotten invited by Houston Fashion Week, and these students get their work on TV, in print, and it's exciting for them. So we love having those connections in the community and being able to give the opportunity for our students. We call them the Glam Squad. Miss Snelson picked out that name, and they go around and make people look and feel beautiful. So what's next for us? Well, our facial program and our lash program always has a waiting list. So this is good news. I know we're very small, but we still offer a great program, so much so that we're the community college of choice when it comes to these programs. And so we'll be expanding the lash program to the west side of town. Anyone in here who's gotten lash extensions knows it's $200 per session. So these ladies and gentlemen going through this program are making very nice money. Also, we have cosmetology instructor jobs, and this is another way for higher education opportunities to be teachers in the high schools and the local colleges. These students are making $55,000 plus a year in a really good steady jobs. And then also we are super excited to be building a virtual reality salon. So that's something our students are looking forward to, be able to use that digital opportunity for them. All right, our student testimonials. Juanisha Taylor, I call her Nene. She is Taylor the SD, and she specializes in corrective skincare. She was a superstar graduate when she went through our program. I loved having her there. She still gives back. She has her own business. She's an IG sensation. Look her up, Taylor the SD. And she's on our advisory board, giving back to other students just the way that she was able to receive when she was here at HCC. And then I have two more students on here, Tamika Rayford, who has a salon. She went through our cosmetology operator program and instructor program, has her own business. And then Charmaine Patrick went through our barbering program and is now with me in facials, about to graduate. She is previously, right now, opening the hair cave. So it'll be exciting for our community. She's doing a full service salon. It's very trendy. They just did a big grand opening, so that's going to be very fun for her. So we just want to thank you all so much for your time. We wanted to brag a little bit on our students and just let you know that if you haven't yet visited one of our 4 campuses that have a salon or a spa, we invite you to do that. And we just thank you so much for everything that you do for our students, and we just are so excited to be able to share these student successes with you today. So thank you all for coming up here.
I just want to say thank you all, and thank you ladies for giving back. And I must say, very seldom do I actually enjoy a report at a board meeting. I truly enjoyed that report, and I just want to say thank you again. We appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Brzee. Trustees will now hear from Mr. Bill Davis for his report from the United Student Council.
Good afternoon. Well, good evening, sorry. Madam Chair, Linton Gary, Trustees, Chancellor Maldonado, respected faculty and staff, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I am happy to report the Houston Community College System's United Student Council's monthly report. 21 USC and SGA officers and 7 SGA advisors attended the Texas Junior College Student Government Association, also known as TJSGA, convention on March 24th through the 27th of 2022 in Dallas, Texas. I am proud to announce that the Houston Community College System walked away with all Region 5 positions for the academic year 2022 and 2023. The positions are President is going to be Coleman, Vice President will be Southwest, The secretary will be my home school campus, Southeast. Treasurer will be Northeast. Host school will be Northwest. Parliamentarian will be Central. And the advisor will be Coleman. HCC Northwest SGA also received the following state awards from TJC SGA. State third place advisor, Mrs. Dominique Brown. Third place scrapbook. First place song, and third place student of the year, Mrs. President of Northwest, President Christy Pickrell. Northwest also received TJC SGA Region 5 awards in 3 categories. Student Leader of the Year, President Christy Pickrell. Advisor of the Year, Dominique Brown. And they also walked away with SGA of the Year. I would like to say congratulations to HCC student body and also to the SGA of Northwest. We held our second General Assembly of the spring semester on March 21st, 2022 at 4:00 p.m. I would like to also announce that we had a USC Student Resource Town Hall on March 30th, 2022 at 2 p.m. with the guest speaker, Dr. Kalani, Director of Counseling and Ability Services, spoke to students regarding basic needs offered at HCCS. We are currently taking nominations for SGA and USC officers. We will be working diligently to make sure we once again have an amazing student delegation. As always, we thank you for your committed support, and we look forward to working with you and with the college administration to improve the student experience at HCC. Thank you.
Great report. Thank you. All right, we'll move on. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the application for hearing 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. Time allotted to each citizen or organization shall be limited to 4 minutes. The board may stop any speaker who makes complaints against a specific trustee or employee or comments about the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a specific employee, and may require the speaker to resume his or her comments in closed session as permitted under the personnel exception to the Open Meetings Act. Today, we have a number of individuals who have signed up to appear before the board. The following individuals signed up to appear before the board in open session is Latoya Paley, present here? Okay. You can come up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am Latoya Paley, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to make our presentation to the board. I am Latoya Paley. This is my mother, Eliza Clinton. We are here. We are here representing Precious Moments Learning Center, a local child care facility in the North Forest community, and we are here to request to purchase land that is currently owned by the Houston Community College in the community. We have been servicing the North Forest community for the last 17 years with providing 24-hour care Monday through Saturday, and we have currently outgrown the space that we're in, and we're seeking space to build a permanent foundation so that we can continue our commitment to the community. HCC currently owns 3 parcels of land that appear to be unused, and if that land is available, we would like to purchase it to expand our services. That's it.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Charles Noble present? Okay, you can come up, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank y'all so much for the opportunity to speak. I'll be brief. I wanted to say thank you so much to the work that you guys are doing. I think that it's awesome. I sat here and listened to so many testimonials and hearing about all these different awards and scholarships. I'm excited as an educator, so I really want to see our kids, particularly in that North Forest area, get a part of those, get some of that scholarship money and attend school. And so I'm just grateful for that. So thank you to the chair, vice chair, to all the trustees, and thank you, Mr. Maldonado, for the work that you're doing in the community. And thank you for always reaching out to us and working with us in the community. So I'm appreciative of that. I only have two big things that I really wanted to ask. The first one was if it's possible for the trustee board to make, as you know, we're going through an election process, and if you could possibly make the financial reports of each candidate visible, because there are some in the community that are postulating this idea that there are other trustees here on the dais that are heavily influencing our community and our vote, and I just wanted to see it transparent and see what's there. And the second one I wanted to, that's my first request, and if you could do that, just like any other election, we can see the financials from all of the candidates. And the second one was that I'm not sure how the vetting process goes with the applications for those that file. I'm not sure if you guys check them or if that responsibility is on the community. But if you could really relook at the those that file, if those applications are correct, and kind of look at the rules of the ethics of behind some of those candidates. You know, when you fill out your application and turn it in, let's make sure that everything is there is true. And then we also, for us, the trustees, have some type of system in place that if they are investing in those particular areas, that we all know about it, you know, and that if you can eliminate that, that would be great. But I'm not sure how you can go about that. But those are my only two big concerns. But I am so grateful to be here to see so much positive stuff going on. And I love students. I love to see them educated. So you guys are doing a great job. Thank you to all of them, to all of you, and to your faculty, staff. I mean, this is amazing. You know, I love kids. I love to see young adults go out and, you know, be everything, because you know when that child is educated, not only that person succeeds, but the family, the whole community. We all succeed and we all thrive. And so I'm glad to see that that is happening. And I look forward to, I don't know how you can post those financials of those candidates, but I look forward to seeing that. And I'm hoping that you can have conversations around applications, ethics, and things like that as it relates to trustees and people who are, you know, potentially coming to the board. But thank you so much. That's all I have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Noble. We appreciate your concerns. We appreciate your comments. If the matters you raised are not included on the board agenda, state law, specifically the Texas Open Meetings Act, prohibits the board from discussing or taking action on these issues at this board meeting. The comments provided will be taken into consideration, and we sincerely thank you for your comments and you're taking the time to come speak before the board.
Madam Chair, would it be appropriate if the board lawyer explained where this information is as just a general statement? Would it not violate that?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Actually, don't have that information in front of me, but what we will do is reach out to Mr. Noble and make sure that information is available to him so that he knows where to look to find it.
On the website?
It is on the website, yes, but I can't point to the exact location right now.
Your board services, additional information.
Okay.
Campaign finance reports. I look at it all.
There it is. There it is. We will follow up, though. We will follow up with Mr. Noble, make sure he knows where to find that information.
Okay, with that being said, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. The following items were, we are now ready to vote, I'm sorry, on,
skip
I can-
the first part, but then
Right.
ask if any items need to be pulled.
Okay. Are there any items that any trustee would like to pull from the agenda?
Yes, Madam
Consider-
Chair. Item number
Yes.
6.
Excuse me, I didn't hear you.
Which one?
Item number 6.
6. Okay. Give me time to get my glasses to work.
Revision.
This one, okay, I see it. Finally there, okay. So we need to have a motion to, yes,
Item 13.
item 6 and 13. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. The glass is just not working with me tonight. I'm trying to get there. Okay. That's okay, that's the proposed revision to board policy. That is
BBF.
Okay. Okay. So item 6 and 13 will be removed, will be pulled from the consent agenda.
You can also add 14. It may go with 13.
Okay, yeah, I would agree with that if you want to. Okay. 6, 13, and 14. Okay, that's it?
No.
No?
I'd like to pull 5, 7, 8, and 12.
5, 7, 8, 12. Any more? Are there any more items to be removed? Okay. Okay, the following items were not approved by the committee, and are pulled from the agenda. I don't need to say item 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 13, and 14. Okay. We're now ready to approve the remaining items from the consent agenda. Okay, we're now ready to vote on the remaining items on the consent agenda, with the exception of those that were pulled.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0. Sorry.
All right, is there a motion to approve item A, asbestos abatement, mold remediation, and related materials, cleanup services?
Madam
Yes.
Chair,
Yes.
I think we need to go over item 5,
Something-
6, 7, 8.
Oh, I forgot. Okay. Said I can't even see 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. All right, let's start with item 5.
I move, so move.
Second.
That was
Okay,
Trustee
go.
Wilson.
Yeah, and so if we've got a motion and a second, I can just answer any questions that you have on.
Any
And
questions?
I'd like to confirm I'm looking at the right policy because my numbering doesn't match up. I have CF local, is that correct?
Yes. The issue I have with that, and why I pulled it, is it's redundant in giving up the control from the board to the chancellor, and I'm not in favor of doing that. And additionally, on our bylaws, what is that? Article E, 2S, it says in the event of a catastrophe, emergency, or natural disaster, the chancellor gets to take the control over. So it's redundant, and I'm not in favor of doing that, and that's why I pulled it and want to vote on it. Thank you.
Okay, if I could respond briefly, the language that's proposed there comes directly from state law. It's in section 440312 of the Texas Education Code, and that's a delegation in the event of an emergency, and it's limited to contracting for the replacement, construction, or repair of equipment or facilities in accordance with law. So that's the source of that language, and the reason why TASB's recommended it for inclusion in our policy. That was recommended by TASB with no changes from the administration.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I just want to know if you did it. No, okay.
That's fine. Let's vote. Let's move on. Let's move it.
All right, let's vote.
Thank you.
We're now ready to vote on item 5. No.
The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor, 1 opposing.
Yeah, the next one I have is item 6.
So moved.
So is there an explanation from TASB for this as well?
This is CM local, correct?
Mm-hmm.
If I recall correctly, and let me flip to this, this is the same language. This being recommended, TASB's recommended that we include it in both of these policies. This is a facilities construction policy. So it's the same language with the same basis provided for its recommended inclusion.
Okay, so what does under certain circumstances mean? That I didn't see that was part of TASB. It says under certain circumstances.
And where, can you point me to where in the policy?
Second from the last line where it says the CEO must report, it's immediately prior to that. Let's see. In the event of a catastrophe, emergency, or natural disaster under certain circumstances.
I'm not seeing that.
I don't see that language in the version that I have. What I have is in the event of a catastrophe, emergency, or natural disaster affecting the college district, the board delegates to the chancellor the authority to contract for the replacement, construction, or repair.
Okay, so the number 6 that's in our book is reading differently?
You're reading
The
the
consent.
summary on the...
Yeah, I'm reading the summary.
The summary is not the policy. So the summary says under certain circumstances, which are explained in the language in the
And
policy.
the certain circumstances are?
Are the catastrophe. A catastrophe, which is defined as an emergency or natural disaster affecting the college district.
Okay, so I just needed to make sure that I understood that this is TASB language that's being recommended.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm done.
All right. We'll now vote on item 6.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6 in favor, 2 opposing.
The next item I have is item 7, which I believe is DK local. So we need a motion and a second first.
So moved.
I have the same objections as I did for 5 and 6, so
Okay,
that's my comment.
Okay, the language here is for additional cybersecurity training. The delegation here is to authorize the chancellor or designee to, to verify and report to the DIR compliance of employees with the training requirement, which is required under law. It's the same requirement I believe we added to board policy some time back because it's required for all, anyone who accesses college security devices or electronic devices. The chancellor or designee can remove access to anybody who fails to complete the required training.
Are we ready for the vote?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't hear. Oh, my mic's not on. I apologize for that.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6 in favor, 2 opposing.
That was second.
The next
Okay,
item.
next item.
Yeah, next item I have is 8, which I believe is ECC local.
So moved.
Second.
And so this is a policy on course loads and schedules. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Madam Chair?
Okay, Trustee Wilson. Trustee Wilson.
I have a different issue with this one. You know, we just watched the chancellor brag about the completion rate of 15 hours. And this, to me, is lowering standards here, and I'm not in favor at all of lowering standards here at HCC from 15 to 12 credit hours. And I don't want to be, I'm not going to vote as part of a board for mediocrity and for less than excellence from what I expect of this school and the teachers and the students here. So that's my opposition to that. It's a lowering of standards, and I'm not in favor of that.
And so I'm going to defer to general counsel on this, but my understanding is that 15 to 12 is to make this policy consistent with federal regulations and current practice of the college. Is there anything additional? Okay. So that's from federal regulations. Correct. Correct. A full-time course load is considered to be 12 hours in federal regulations.
So it's not just us, it's the whole federal and the state, everybody's lowering standards in our educational system. You know, we have the United States has what are we, 37 in the world on our standing in education. And, South Korea is number 1. It's runs against my brain.
And so the policy also allows students to take a course load of greater than 12 hours, up to 18 hours. Once you reach 18 hours, they can still take more. They would just need to get approval to do so.
Yeah, okay. No, because that's what I always thought, 12 hours was full-time and anything below that was part-time. And when you decided to take more than 18 hours, you had to get approval. So, okay, so I guess.
Madam Chair, I do have a
Yes.
Is the standard curriculum to get an associate's degree 60 hours?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Dr. Perez is confirming. I don't think her microphone was on.
oh, okay. Thank you. It's good to hear you confirm it. I appreciate that.
There
So,
are some exceptions, but it is 60.
right, so, and just, I think you understand where I'm going with this is, 15 hours times 4 gets you out of here in 2 years, less summers, but 12 won't. So, okay, thank you.
Trustee Wilson.
It just, so if it's 12 into 60 is 5. So it's going to take 5 semesters now generally to graduate. Is that if you're taking the 12-hour load?
Yes, but most students will also use the summer semester to make up for taking the 12 hours. The 12 hours is the minimum. Most students will take 15, but we have some students that can't handle, let's say, 5 classes, so they take the 12. And 12 is considered full-time with any institution. So that's why it was set up that way. But many of our students make up those 6 hours in the summertime so that they stay on track to graduate within 2 years if they are full-time students.
Trustee Laredo.
Also for scholarships and for grants and, the Pell Grant, they have to take at least 12 hours.
Right.
That's the minimum, 12 hours for them to qualify. But yes, we encourage them to take more if they can. But 12 is the number.
Trustee Glazer.
12 hours, I always remember 12 as the minimum to be qualified as a full-time student when I went to school. But we still consider 15 hours a full load for faculty. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Trustee Flowers.
Facial expression. It's very good. I guess I'm wanting some historical data. I am a college grad, and I understand that when I was in school, it was 12 hours was the minimum to be qualified as a full-time student. I'm just trying to understand, I'm not that old, but I'm thinking this has been around for a minute. So how do we get to this place of 15 if the minimum requirement is 12? Why was it ever set at a 15? How do we get there so that brings us to this point in time of having to do something different?
I think the 15 was developed, again, to keep a student on track, because normally it's 60 hours is a 2-year degree. So if really a student was not going to attend summer school, then they could finish their 2-year degree going through 2 semesters, fall and spring, for 2 years. So the 12 semesters was actually just set up as a minimum in terms of just financial aid being one of those requirements. Because again, there are some students that find it difficult to carry the 15 hours, but there are many students who carry 15 hours. So a lot of it depends on where they are academically and how they feel in terms of carrying a full load in terms of those 15 hours. So, some of our students do carry 15, but we also have some that carry the 12. So
I guess the question then, and thank you for that information. So how long have we been requiring the 15? Has it been for the 50 years of existence, or how long have we been requiring?
The students have always had that option to take the 15. And so, but again, there are some students who find that the 12 hours is a better load for them versus the 15. But they've always had, even now if you sign up a student, they are told, do you want to take 5 classes, do you want to take 4 classes? So in many cases, they want to take the 4, but they're also advised about using the summer semester if they want to keep on track.
So I guess I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Those are the choices that we try to give our students where they come on board. So a lot of it has to do with where they are academically. And so that's part of the advising process. So if you know you have a student who has done well in high school or has had previous experience and feels confident about their studies, then you may recommend that they want to take the 15 hours to stay on track.
Okay, and I get that. That is where the advising comes into play. So I guess I'm confused as to why we're having the conversation. If we're advising students that they can take 12 or 15, why is there a need to change anything since we're giving them that option through their advisement? I guess why is there an issue to change anything?
My understanding, if I could, was the recommendation from TASB was to eliminate any confusion. as far as eligibility for financial aid and things like that, because 12 is in the federal regulations. If you've got 15 in your policy, that could create some confusion. And while the administration has certainly advised and guided students in the right direction, if our policy is aligned perfectly with federal regulations, that makes it much more clear and easy for them to understand, and they'll still get the guidance from the administration that 15 hours would allow you to finish in a certain amount of time.
Okay, and so Trustee Wilson, if I understand this correctly, and thank you, Melissa, that we're saying that it's recommended that they take 15, but that to be full-time, it is a minimum of 12.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And it's not an attempt, Trustee Wilson, it's not that we're making the student sell themselves short or not pushing them to be successful. It's just something put in place to ensure that those who can only take 12 hours are not eliminated in regards to financial aid or even becoming a student in the program. It's just a way of helping them, accomplish their goals. It's not trying to dumb them down or anything like that, because 12 hours is full time, as we've all said. So it's really a way of helping and not dumbing them down, and to make sure that they receive the financial assistance that they really need. Okay. Anything else? That's it? Okay. We are now ready to vote on item 8.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor, 1 opposing.
Okay. We are now ready to consider, what's the
next one I have is
12?
item 12, which I believe is CDC
Yes.
local.
12. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Okay.
And I'm happy to answer any questions. The changes to this policy were recommended there was one change for language that was being recommended for removal from the bylaws. And then there were some changes to the internal audit responsibilities on page 4 and 5 that were more consistent with industry standard, and also align with, I believe, the proposed changes to the internal audit documents that were approved by the audit committee.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay. Trustee Wilson.
I maybe should have reached out and talked to Mr. Corrigan about that, but the reason I pulled that is I don't want to put him on the spot, but I'm going to put him on the spot and ask for what he thinks of these changes.
He recommended these changes. These came from him.
These proposed changes come from me, and they are basically straight inconsistency with the internal audit department charter. So yes, I concur with them.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. We're now ready to vote on item 12.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 8-0.
Okay. We're ready.
Okay, and the next items we have are 13 and 14. As we did in the governance committee meeting, if Madam Chair, if you would be comfortable seeking unanimous consent to combine these because they are related and were approved together as one item by the governance committee.
Okay, so we need to make a motion.
Or we don't need to make a motion if there's no objection to combining.
Objection? Anybody? No, it's okay. I think Trustee Flowers, were you the one that? So it's okay with you, right, to combine? All right, just checking. Okay, we can move forward, Melissa.
Okay,
Any
so they've been
discussion?
combined, so we still need a motion and a second
Motion.
to.
So moved.
Second.
I'd like to hear from General Counsel on where things are with the work that's taking place regarding ethics behaviors, regarding to matters of trustees.
Yeah, and I can speak to that briefly, and then if Sandy has anything to add. I did follow up after my email to you.
I know, but I haven't heard from General Counsel.
okay.
So I'd like to hear from General Counsel. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We have started doing some research, viewing comparable institutions, colleges, and universities in the area. We have a research project going on right now where we're looking at any other institutions that may have similar policies or expanded the ethics policy as you indicated. So we're looking at that right now. Once we get that information, we will be doing a draft policy. And that's where we are in regards to the policies directed at the board. Regarding policies for employees, we do have a draft policy regarding what we've called dating, consensual relationship, fraternization. We have been working on that for some time. So we do have a draft and have sent it out to outside counsel to get some assistance so we can make sure that we get a first review. So we are making progress in both ends. We anticipate that based on the progress that we've made with the student policy, that probably will be completed first. But we are doing the groundwork for the policy direction that you recommended, which would be expansion of the ethics to include a dating relationship component.
For the trustees.
For trustees, yes, ma'am.
So how long has this research been going on? I think with the last meeting, it was said that you guys had started the work, so.
We've had the conversations. However, the project, we've just started doing the research. From working and guidance that we've received, we understand that there are some possible policies and ideas that are already in place in institutions similar to ours and some universities. So we thought before we progressed too far down that we wanted to look at those and see if those were some that we could possibly frame our policies towards, or if there was research that had already been completed, then we could go to that, possibly citations, case laws that we would be looking at. All that, if the work has already been done and reviewed, we want to use that to our benefit when we draft our policy.
Was there a board member that brought this forward to request that this change be made?
I'm not aware. My only recollection was I was here at the last meeting where you brought some concerns up, and there may be, but to my knowledge, that's the only thing that I'm aware of is the concerns that you expressed.
Okay, and then and making sure that I'm clear, I think it was Izzy who spoke at the last meeting. Are you guys working in conjunction with this? Is this an HR function also?
Right. Yes, we actually are. We do have a policy in place already, DIAA, that is more of a notice requirement to employees so that if they feel that they have been the victim of sexual harassment or discrimination, there is already a policy that's in place. We also have another policy that is directed towards employees that also includes nepotism and inappropriate behavior. We've reviewed that, and that's the one that we're working on to bolster that policy. We looked at it, and there's some issues that we do want to address. And that's the one that we've been working on, or that I'm aware of. I just started in July, but I know they had been working on it prior to that. So we do have a draft of that that's already gone out to outside counsel. We've had Dr. Cross with his department has been integral in that, and he's provided some feedback. And we also have, of course, the Human Talent Engagement Department. So we are working on that one together. But like I said, the one directed to the board, I'm following on the concern that you brought up. And so we've already met. We've got, we have a path and have provided some direction to the individuals that are going to help us do that research.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, it'll be my recommendation that we pull this and don't approve it until we have something final. It sounds like there's some good work. There's some work been sent to external councils, reviewing, things are in process. So it doesn't look like we're there to approve it just yet. And so I think we should pull and hold off until we have something that we can review. It's my
And so-
recommendation.
Yeah, because the item's already been open for discussion, you would need to make a motion to postpone.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion that we postpone this agenda item until we are able to have documentation to review.
I'll second.
Okay, and to be clear, the documentation you're wanting to review are the consensual relationship policies for employees and students, and a similar recommendation for board members.
Right, whatever it is that is pertaining to this sexual harassment, discrimination, all of that.
Okay.
So that we know what we're authorizing.
Understood. I wanted to make sure it was clear for the minutes.
Okay, thank you.
So we do have a motion and a second. So if there's discussion on the motion to postpone, you can do that, or?
Is someone made the second?
Yes.
I have a question. Are these two things going to, in your research, you're going to parallel the two, the board level versus the employee administration level?
Yes, and that was the recommendation I made at the governance committee meeting, is if there's already an employee policy in the works, it would make sense to have whatever we include for the board code of ethics to be consistent with that to some extent. There will obviously be some differences, but so that they're all, we like to have our policies aligned and consistent and not in conflict with one
Okay,
another.
so will it be a board bylaw, board policy, or?
Well, it would be, at this point, we've recommended that most of the code of ethics and code of conduct be relocated to board policy. So the recommendation would be to include that in the code of ethics and code of conduct, which I believe now would, if these revisions to the bylaws are approved, would appear in BBF local.
Okay, I'm good. Thanks.
So, should we tie it to 14 also? Should we
We did
postpone 13 and 14?
Yes, and that's what the
Yes.
motion is. Those two items were combined before we began the discussion.
Okay, so the motion is to,
Postpone both.
and it's been seconded.
Yes.
Yes.
And so we're postponing until we have those other policies in place, so we can consider all at the same time.
Madam Chair? Is there any negative to postponing?
No, because what we're doing here is not, what we have here will remain in place, right? So the changes that have been proposed to the board bylaws are just to remove redundancies.
Okay.
So everything, if it's postponed, if it's approved, everything stays exactly the same. These two items don't really have any substantive changes. It was just a relocation
Right,
of information
to move
from
it.
one place to another. So there is no negative to postponing.
Okay, thank you.
Good. All right. So I guess we're ready to vote.
We're voting on the motion to postpone.
That's what I say, yeah. We're
Yeah.
voting on, we're ready to vote.
We're voting on
The motion to postpone.
13 and 14.
Right, because they were combined, yes.
Melissa, do you have to postpone to a specific
You have to
time?
postpone to a specific time, but we have done that in here by the reference to the policies.
Okay.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 8-0.
I think that's the last of the consent agenda, Madam Chair.
And that's the last. That's the last. Okay. So we're moving right along. Let me get back to got so much. I know I'm trying to get tired of I can't think of the word. Good. No, I'm trying to get there. I'm sorry, guys. I just can't see this today. Got too much in the head. All righty. Okay, is there a motion to approve item A?
So, second.
It has been moved in second. Chancellor Maldonado will introduce the item.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. This item is requesting that the board authorize me to negotiate and purchase, to execute a contract with Separation Systems Consultants, Inc. to provide asbestos abatement, mold remediation, and related materials cleanup services in accordance with RFP 22-34. This is on an as-needed basis. The annual expenditures are not to exceed $200,000 for this, and again, it will be used as needed basis. The composite scores are included in your packet, where we show Separation Systems Consultants to have the highest value. If you have any questions, I would offer up Marshall Hines to answer those.
Any discussion? Any questions, trustees? Okay. Trustee Wilson?
Is there any buildings right now that we have problems with, or?
Trustee Wilson, typically this is used when we get a call that there's identified like a leak that's been going on in a roof or something and above the ceiling tile, and we have to go in and clean it up, or we're doing like electrical repair, and when they get into the ceiling, they find there's still asbestos there, and they have to do spot abatement as we go along. So it's kind of used as we need it. And then, sometimes there's a spill of some type of chemical or something we have to go out and clean out, and so these guys are called in. So it's only used on small cases in very small spaces. If it's something large, we typically take that out to bid separately.
Why haven't we needed it before today? Why is it just now coming up today?
Now, we used them ever since I've been here. We've had different firms.
Pardon me?
We've had firms doing this since I've been here.
It has been previously. We've had a firm that we had on what is this, standby or whatever to.
I can't tell you specifically that facilities had them on standby, but we call them regularly, and it's just a faster way for us to respond to when we get a call that a classroom has a problem before it gets worse.
And if we don't use this firm for any projects, we still owe him $200,000 a year for the.
No, sir. They competitively bid it with their subcontractors, and they give us a price before they start. And it's only used as we need it.
Okay, so this is not to exceed
Yes.
$200,000 a year, We're authorizing that. Now, if something comes up and we have to do it, you'll bring it back to the board, and that'll have to be voted on then if it exceeds 200.
If it exceeds 200, we would typically take, that's a larger problem and a larger project. We would do that as a separate bid.
Good, Madam Chair.
Yes, Chancellor.
Trustee Wilson, if we do 10 projects at 20, and then we need another one, that would exceed the 200, so we've got to come back to the board. If we happen on one project that's 100, we might bring a separate item to the board because of the scope of that work might be not what this contractor could do. If they can, then we wouldn't. So the work under this contract would, under any circumstance, would not exceed 200,000 without coming back to the board.
And this is Separation Systems Consultants?
Inc., yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And then, who are they? Do they specialize in remediation, or is that
Yes, sir.
I've not heard of that company before.
They're what's called an environmental services company, and they've done work at HCC before. For example, we've had issues with some land. Over at the Fraga campus, we found out we had some petroleum products underground. We had to clean that up. Somebody has to come up and show us that, tell us what to do, communicate with the state, those type of things. This contract is for the small issues when we have a tough rain or we have a window leak or something is broken, and then we have to do that, or asbestos. Like I said, if we have to do an electrical repair, the contractor that does the electrical work can't touch it before we remove some of the asbestos where they're going to nail up the boxes or screw in the lights. These are small, typically very small projects.
Is that it? Okay. No questions. Okay, all righty. We will now vote on item A.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor and 1 opposing.
Excuse me, I'm going to have to step away. I have a family emergency, so Monica will be taking over the meeting.
Is there a motion to approve item B, student health insurance broker services?
So moved.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item is requesting authorization from the board for me to negotiate a contract with academic health plans for student services, for student health insurance broker services for all enrolled students, including international students with J1, F1 visas for the college in accordance with Texas State RFP number 758-22-00073. We will be acquiring these broker services through the co-op of Texas State University's bid. And to answer any question the trustees might have, Robert McCracken and Ashley Smith, General Counsel, are available to answer your questions. And these students are required to buy health insurance.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Thank you, Chancellor. Madam Chair, trustees. This is a insurance premium that's unique to our foreign students. The obligations are driven by federal directive, particularly as regards the F1. Mr. McCracken will be presenting to you a chart which demonstrates what the consistency has been in our premiums over the last several years, and there'll be a comparative analysis of how our institution compares with other institutions providing the same insurance. With that, if you permit me to introduce Mr. Bob McCracken.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Good evening. Thank you. Found my clicker. I'm going to go through this very quickly. I know that you've all had this in advance and you've had a chance to look at it. I just want to point out a couple of things. One of the things that's really impacted the health insurance market, obviously, is COVID-19. And so when we look nationally, we see kind of different impacts of COVID-19 that's driven a lot of vaccination costs, which get passed on to the insurer. A lot of costs get passed on to the insurer, but on the other hand, a lot of other hospital usages went down. And overall, what we've seen with HCC is that over the last 5 years, our premiums have been very stable. They have increased slightly, but we remain lower than Lone Star College, lower than University of Houston, which is important because they're in the same healthcare market as we are. We see broad utilization of the plan, with average student claims averaging about $1,266 in the last complete year, which was 2021. And that excludes all of the large claims, those claims that are over 100,000. So we always have several claims that one student may incur several $100,000 or more in expenses. One of the things that the provider added in 2020, and the provider in 2020 in the current year academic health plans is the same one being recommended for the new contract. They added telemedicine, which included mental health services at no cost to the students with no copay, and that will continue going forward. Overall, we just see a continuing increase in specialty drugs and driving pharmacy claim costs. And then just to note that nationally and locally, as the number of students enrolled in the plan goes down, those few high-dollar claims kind of drive the cost up for everybody. This chart shows since 2016 the rates for us, Lone Star, and University of Houston. This is a chart you want to be at the bottom. The cost of the health insurance is paid for by the students through a fee. And so to the extent that we can maintain the costs that are as low as possible while still providing them adequate access to health care, that's very important. And one of the reasons that we've been able to stay more stable, for instance, than Lone Star, is we work very closely with Dr. Holloman Douglas and her team at the International Student Office to anticipate those things that are going to drive costs and kind of make changes as we go so that we minimize those. Just very quickly, our rate of for the coming year would be $21.39, but that's comparable to gold plan coverage if you're in the marketplace, and it shows kind of the range of cost for that. The students would pay anywhere from basically $4,000 to almost $7,000. They have to have a full-service website. They also provide services to the students in over 200 languages, which is really important because trying to explain American healthcare system to anyone is difficult. Trying to explain it to international students is exceptionally difficult. And then the other thing that is a little bit unique to this is because of the focus on the international students is their services for medical evacuation and repatriation services. So if a student becomes seriously ill or passes away, there's a way to kind of reunite them with their families. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Any questions for my colleagues? Trustee Glazer.
A question. On the cover sheet, talk in the third paragraph, says Texas State University issued. Are we connected with them?
Yeah, so our procurement team was really actually very helpful. We put together a statement of work, and we're getting ready to proceed with going through the legwork of involved in issuing an RFP. And they said, don't some other schools use this? And I'm like, well, yeah, everybody uses this. And in particular, University of Texas had just done one, I think, the previous year, and Texas State had done one just recently, and so they reached out to them and were able to basically tag on to the agreement that they had already done. So they had already done all the legwork.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it.
Trustee Wilson.
What is our international student enrollment?
So I can answer the question from in terms of the enrollment in the healthcare plan. So remember, our enrollment includes a lot of different international groups, but this is including F1 and J1 visa. I think that this past semester was 2,200 for spring, summer enrollment.
200 students?
2,000.
2,000. That's pretty close to our 100% for our students. And what is the number for international students right now?
In total, all international students of all types, I don't know.
Well, that are enrolled this spring, 22 at Houston Community College.
Trustee Wilson, for our F1 student enrollment, which are the students who are issued visas, the year-to-date enrollment is 2,309 students.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
That's 2,309 F1 students currently enrolled.
So it's about 100% enrollment there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions from any of my colleagues? Trustee Laredo.
I was, is this insurance only for the international? Is it available to our students that are here that would want to purchase it?
So this particular plan is only available to international students, but one of the advantages of linking with the Texas State University procurement plan is that they included some provisions in there for looking at options for domestic students. So domestic students, if it's voluntary to enroll, you have an adverse selection, so the only students who sign up are the ones who are going to use the plan very heavily in it, and it explodes the cost. But there are some other options, and so while we won't be able to do it for this fall, This allows us to explore with the broker some services that may be available to our domestic students, and in particular, the students who are engaged in like the healthcare practicums, where for the period of time of the practicum, they have to demonstrate that they have coverage.
And what, if one of our students uses it, our international students, which hospital would they go to?
So it's an Aetna plan, and so they can use any of the network providers within Aetna, and it covers at 80% with a $500 annual deductible. If they go out of network and they use any other provider, the coverage is considerably lower. It covers at 60%, but they can use any network provider. They can use out-of-network provider for a higher cost.
Thank you.
Any other questions from any of my colleagues? Thank you, Mr. McCracken.
Thank you.
We will now vote on item B.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor, no oppositions.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
if I may, I'd like to go back, if I can, to item A and change my vote to a no. If we can make that amendment for the record.
Which item was that? I'm sorry.
Item A,
Item A.
Yes,
Did
I
that
looked at
item
it.
pass, Sharon?
it passed.
It did pass.
My vote
Okay.
won't change. I just
So
wanted to be
we
on the
need
record.
to reopen the vote on that. We'll need a motion to reconsider the item that requires a second, and then we will have discussion and vote again.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we reconsider item A so that I can change my vote.
Is there a second?
Okay.
Vote on this motion.
So that the item is open now for discussion.
Opens it. Okay. Any discussion on,
Well, I just will share, I'm changing my vote. I just did some online searching about the two companies, and I didn't see anything about asbestos abatement or mold on their websites. I'm not saying that they don't do it, but I just couldn't find anything. And I'm sure it was in their proposal, so I just will feel more comfortable just changing my vote to no.
so do we have to vote on this, or can she just change her vote?
We have to do the vote again, because when you open the item to reconsider, everyone will need to
We're
vote again.
voting, so now we're going to vote on item A again.
I just want,
Don't we have to vote on, to reopen it first and then vote on A?
She said no.
Once you've approved the motion to reconsider, the item is open. So we don't need to vote on that. We'll just vote on the item, because we're now reconsidering that item.
Trustee Glazer.
thank you. Just a quick comment for, I guess for the record, we'll be re-voting, but I believe the board chair probably voted on that in this time. Her vote
Right.
won't be recorded. It's not going to make a difference in the outcome. I'm not opposed to, I just want to make a note of that.
Yeah, and
Okay.
since it's been
Thank you.
open for reconsideration, that's correct.
Okay, so are we voting on the item?
Yes.
Well,
Okay, we're going to re-vote on item A.
I have one.
Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth.
For Trustee Flowers, I think there was something that this company will extend the bid to other companies. Is that how this goes? They don't necessarily have the skill set, but they can bid out the request for services to other companies?
Chancellor, can we have somebody answer that?
The contractor and they get
Marshall,
subcontract.
I would imagine our contractors, our vendors can always reach out to subcontractors, and this particular one had points for minority small business participation. But Marshall, do we have an answer for that?
So Joe Gavin is here, that's the head of procurement, and like I said, they've done projects for us before. Most of our contracts permit the subcontracting to others if they need additional help or they don't have that expertise. But Joe, I'll let you comment on this.
That's absolutely correct. These companies have a broad range of things that they do. However, if they feel they're shorthanded or need some assistance, they subcontract that portion out.
And I believe also this firm captured all 15 of the possible SBE
That's correct.
points as
They
well.
are small business and subcontracting small business. 25%.
Thank you. Any other questions from any trustees?
I just want to make sure it says they are qualified and properly licensed asbestos abatement according to the Texas Department of Health Services. They are licensed.
That's correct. Part of the evaluation of these suppliers is we look through all their qualifications, so.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that they did provide the college with their qualifications and proper licenses for asbestos abatement. They did submit that to you all.
I can get that answer back to you. I don't
Thank you.
have that at this point, but they've done the work before us in the past. So whether they subcontracted it to someone else or they've done it themselves, I don't have that data in front of me at this moment.
Okay. Because I'm just reading from bullet point 2, that's anybody submitting to this had to have those the minimum requirements of
requirements,
bullets
yes.
1, 2, and 3.
That's correct then, part of the criteria.
They have the minimum criteria. Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions from any trustees? Sharon, we're ready to revote on item A.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 5 in favor and 2 opposing.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Now moving on to item C. Is there a motion to approve item C, Personnel Agenda Administrator?
So moved.
Is there a second? I'll second. It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This personnel agenda item is bringing forward recommendation to approve the contract for Izzy Anderson, our new Chief Human Resource Officer, and this is in accordance with DC Local, our employment practices. The contract was included in your packet.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. Any questions or comments from any of my colleagues? Seeing none, Ms. Wright?
Yes, I have, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Ms. Wilson.
I guess it's a gray area, or I don't understand sometimes when the board's only employee we hire is the chancellor, but then the chancellor picks the people under him, but we have to, I guess, confirm it, like the Senate confirms an appointment to the Supreme Court, or I don't know how to, there's some questions, and I would like to ask of the proposed applicant about her philosophy, if it's appropriate, and what direction she's going, and whether it needs to be in closed session or since it's a personnel. But there are some questions I'd like to ask.
Dr. Maldonado?
Madam Chair, it's being brought forward because of the contract. It's still under my purview to hire. You're correct, the board hires and fires me, and it's being brought forward because this is a contract employee, as are all the faculty members, and we bring over their contracts for you to approve. So this is not any distinction between the rest of the leadership team, including the faculty.
Did that answer your question, Mr. Wilson? Trustee Wilson, I apologize. Melissa, is there any guidance you can provide?
Chancellor's correct. The board has delegated the authority to the chancellor. The chancellor makes a recommendation to the board to approve the contract. If there is a question about personnel, we would have to go into closed session to discuss that.
Well, I would like to go into closed session to discuss this because I do have some questions.
Okay, so Madam Vice Chair, we can.
Ms. Wright, can we take a quick couple-minute recess? Or I guess I will recess this meeting for, let's say, about 5 minutes.
Okay. The meeting's recessed at 6:43.
Meeting of the HCC Board of Trustees at? Okay, we will go to closed session about this item, and I will entertain any motions on the floor right now.
In order to set this item aside till later in the agenda, we'll need to make a motion to postpone the item to be taken up later in this evening's agenda. Since we had already opened discussion on it, we can't just leave it hanging there. So we'll need a motion to postpone and then until the end of the agenda, and then a second and a vote on that motion.
Okay.
So moved,
Here, I
Madam
move that
Chair.
we move. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, trustee.
Just so moved, Madam Chair.
Okay,
Second.
okay. Miss Rita, are we ready to vote on the item? Is that something you can do? We're going to vote on postponing the item till later on the agenda.
Okay.
Are we missing any votes? Yes, I think most of us voted. It's the motion to postpone this item to later in the agenda. Yes.
If we could revote, I'm not showing it on my end.
Okay, trustees, we're going to revote on this item. Motion to postpone this item to later in the agenda.
Give me 1 second here. What did I do? I don't have it. Okay, I think our systems are acting against one another here. Can we do a manual vote if we could, please?
Sure.
To not delay anything.
Can everybody tell Ms. Wright their vote?
Yes.
Okay. Can we raise our hand if we vote for?
Okay. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Is there a motion to approve item D, personnel agenda, faculty?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have bring forward a request for the board to approve contracts for personnel. These are 3 faculty members that are in contract. These faculty members are in art, nursing, and in a librarian. And they're moving from part-time or adjunct to full-time as listed in the agenda packet.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. Are there any questions from any trustees? Trustee Glazer?
Are these part-time to full-time positions because of the increased workload that, do you have any background on why we're going from part-time to full-time?
Other than we need the positions. Izzy, can you answer that, please?
Yes, sir. 2 of them are replacements in the art and library, and the third is as part of the approved positions for Coleman.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments from any of my fellow trustees? If not, we're ready to vote on the item. Ms. Wright?
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. May I ask unanimous consent of my fellow trustees on consolidating items E and F, acceptance of property by 2 different entities, the Harris County,
I concur.
someone in Harris County, and Vidia
Harris County Library.
Library. Are there any objections? Seeing none, do we have, I'm sorry, Trustee Flowers.
They both get recognized, I guess, is the thing.
Yeah, we can have 2 applauses. How about that? Okay, great. Is there a motion to approve items E and F?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Great. It has been moved and seconded. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These are for your approval donated items. One from the Harris County Public Library consists of Chromebooks and hotspots, a value of about approximately $195,000. And the other item is NVIDIA products that is computer technology related with a value of $885. I'm glad to answer any questions that the trustees might have.
Any questions from my fellow trustees? Any comments?
Thank you to the county. Thank you to NVIDIA. We appreciate it for student support and success.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Flowers.
We appreciate our community partnerships. They help us grow and do what we do with students and for faculty to be able to do a good job. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flowers. Dr. Temez?
Thank you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I thought you were waiting. Okay, thank you. We will now vote on items E and F. Voting is now open, Ms. Wright?
Yes. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Is there a motion to approve item G, proposed revisions to GCB Local Public Information Program Request for Information?
So moved. Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Chancellor Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a recommendation on the HCC policies on request for public information, and it'll be presented by Board Counsel, General Counsel.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Okay, so to provide the background for how this item ended up on the regular board meeting agenda, it was on the committee agenda, it was postponed, then it was approved by the committee, moved to the consent agenda, it was pulled from the consent agenda and then postponed with a request that we consider some additional language that would modify the delegation that was being recommended. So because the item was postponed, what appears in your agenda packet is the same because we can't change that because it's postponed in the same form. So what I have on the screen here is a suggestion for the alternate language. So for background, this policy deals with the suspension of the Public Information Act in the event of a catastrophe. The ability to suspend the Public Information Act was originally passed by the legislature in 2019. 2019. It was amended to be more specific in 2021. So the changes that TASB's recommended here reflect those 2021 changes. As recommended by TASB, the policy says that the board will vote to approve a 7-day suspension and then may extend that for an additional 7 days. Because this is necessary in a catastrophe situation, the administration made an additional recommendation that the board delegate responsibility for the initial 7-day suspension to the administration. And so the instruction that we got with the motion to postpone, or that I received with the motion to postpone, was to propose some language that would clarify that that delegation would only occur if it was impossible for the board to meet. And so the language in purple here, and I know it's difficult to see the colors probably from where you are, there's the subheading to the side that says suspension of public information during a catastrophe. The first paragraph is how the item appears in your agenda materials. And then underneath that, I've added some suggested additional language that accomplishes, I believe, what the board was requesting. And so I'll read that because I know, is there a way we can zoom in on just that purple, or just that second section so that it's easier to read? And I'll read it also because I know that's far away. And so while he's working on that, what the proposed additional language says, if the board chair determines that it is not possible for the board to meet to vote to suspend the applicability of the PIA as described above, the board delegates to the chancellor the authority to suspend the applicability of the PIA to the college district for the period of time permitted by law and provide the required, that's a typo, apologize, provide the required notices to the Attorney General and to the public. So what we needed to do there, if we're going to make this clarification, there needs to be a decision point or a person who's authorized to make that decision that the meeting cannot occur. And so I wanted to make sure that it was clear in the implementation. So that's why the board chair is identified as the person who would make that decision. So for instance, if a quorum cannot be physically present at a meeting, we cannot have a meeting, we cannot vote on this item. The chair would then notify the chancellor, we cannot meet, you have the authority for that initial 7-day suspension.
So Melissa, to add the purple part, we need a motion to amend?
We would need a motion to amend the item to include the language in here,
part.
and I'll provide that to Sharon. So I would just say a motion to amend to include the suggested language, and then I'll hand this to Sharon so that.
Madam Chair, I move that we do ask council just said.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a question.
Any questions or comments from any of my colleagues? Trustee Glazer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to layman's terms, this will basically convey the power of the board to the chair for this particular incident.
The chair will have the authority to make a determination that it is impossible for the board to meet.
Right. So the
And if the
so the
chair-
power of the board is being conveyed to the chair to make that decision.
To make that decision.
Right.
And then in that case, the board has authorized, sort of pre-authorized, a delegation to the chancellor. And I would like to, as I'm looking at this now.
Two-step delegation. We're delegating the authority to our chair, who is then going to
Yes.
delegate to the chancellor. Thank you.
Yes. And so I would like to clarify in the language on here, as I'm looking at it now, it says in the last line, the board delegates to the chancellor the authority to suspend the applicability of the PIA to the college district for the period of time permitted by law. If the board's intention is to delegate the authority for the initial 7-day period, I would recommend that we clarify that to say for 7 days, for the initial 7-day period.
Okay, I'm sorry. Do you need another motion to do that?
No, we're just going to we could have a friendly amendment to change the proposed language. So, if there's
Okay.
no objection to that, we can just.
No objection.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions from any of my colleagues?
I don't have a question, I have a comment. I will not support this item. I will not support any item that allows suspension or translates power for someone else to make a decision about Freedom of Information Act. A 7-day suspension or a 1-day suspension. We have been faced with longer periods of time to find information that is requested, because it has taken sometimes longer than 7 days for us to collect information to submit. So I am not in agreement with this language. I'm not in agreement with this particular item, and I am ready to vote.
Ms. Mahalik, if a reply is required within 7 days, is that correct? From a public information request, even if you don't have the information, you have to tell them that information is coming,
Yeah,
right?
not within 7 days. So if you receive a request for information, it says a reasonable time. You have to provide the information within a reasonable time, but not to exceed 10 business days.
Okay.
So the reply is required, response is required within 10 business days. If you intend to seek an attorney general opinion, you have to send notification of that request on the 10th business day. And then on the 15th business day, you would send a full brief to the attorney general that explains the reasons why you think certain portions of that information are accepted from disclosure. So if you lose time within that 10-day business period, really before you can even determine if you have to request an opinion from the attorney general, you have to have all of that information so that you can review it to determine even if it can be released or if you need an attorney general opinion.
Right.
So losing the 7-day period would be significant because you would lose the opportunity to do that if you can't get to the college and can't access the documents.
Madam Chair?
So doing this adds 7 days to that 10-day period?
Potentially 14 days, because depending
Okay.
on the catastrophe, and again, the catastrophe is defined by law now, so there are very specific parameters for when you can invoke this suspension.
Okay.
So you can suspend it for 7 days, and then you can extend that for an additional 7
Right,
days.
right.
It does not allow extension beyond that.
Okay. Trustee Temez?
Yes, I think this is a really good thing that we do this as a system. We know that we have experienced disaster after disaster, and just doesn't seem that's going to get any better. So it's always smart to have a policy in place that is not, this policy, as I'm reading it, is not saying that we're going to totally disregard our, what we're charged with, and that is providing the information. It's just buying time to gather that in case of an emergency. And so I'm excited that this is here, and I will vote for it, and I will support it, because it only makes sense to protect this college, to make sure that in the end, again, we do give the information, but if there's a disaster, that we set ourselves up for that possibility.
And if I could make one additional point to the comments that I made earlier, If you fail to request an Attorney General opinion within 10 days, you lose the ability to do that. So at that point, if you have failed to submit the letter in the time that's required, there are no extensions from the Attorney General's office. If you don't tell them that you need an opinion, and if you don't submit that brief on 15 days, you waive all objections and you have to release it. So if somebody were to submit a request for employee information that you would want to protect your employees, you lose the ability to withhold that information. And that's particularly concerning in that situation.
So does that, so if that happens, do we just withhold the information until we're sued about it? Or the personnel, because we have an obligation to protect the personnel information, right? So let's say a natural disaster happens and we cannot come up with a quorum. So we cannot we cannot ask the Attorney General for a waiver because of some borderline issue about personnel information. What would we do then? Would we just wait to be sued and withhold the information?
Yeah, and there is a process where you can seek an appeal from the Attorney General and say, we really need to disclose this information. The circumstances under which the Attorney General would allow you to withhold information is very limited and very difficult to prevail in that type of case. So yes, if it was information that, you sort of risk failing to disclose the information and the Attorney General would require you to do so, or disclosing information that's an employee's, for example, and that's just an example by way of hypothetical, disclosing information that should not be disclosed.
Okay. Any other questions from any of my colleagues? Trustee Flowers?
Yes, I am in agreement with a lot of what I'm hearing and what Trustee Temez said. We have to have something in place. Is it possible to do an even more friendlier amendment so that, no?
Well, I think
you propose the amendment and then she tells you if it's friendly or not, right?
No. So what I would recommend is, and so you can do a friendly amendment to the language we've proposed, or alternatively, we can vote on the amendment that's on the floor, and then you can propose an additional amendment. So either way is fine.
Since we're still on the floor, let's just make a friendly amendment to that what you've said, and just instead of designating it to one person, as I know Trustee Stallworth has an issue with that, as expressed. So we can say if the board cannot convene, then, we can delegate that responsibility to the chancellor, as opposed to saying we're delegating it to the chair, and then the chair delegates it to the chancellor.
So the concern that I have with that is then that requires board action to make a determination that the board cannot meet. And so.
Right. So let me ask this. If board action means if you can't take action, that's action, right?
But if you don't take action to suspend the Public Information Act, then those deadlines continue to toll.
So, what I'm trying to express is if the board can't meet, and that means as a quorum.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So that means that there was an attempt. So
right.
That means that was action.
And this requires that so the chair, there's a request for a meeting and the chair determines we cannot meet to act on this item, but there needs to be a decision point.
Okay, then why can't we say it that way? How you just said it.
If the board chair determines it's not possible?
No. Melissa said that the board chair request meeting of the board quorum cannot, however you just said it. Can we roll back the tape?
So if the board, basically, if the board chair calls for a meeting and we don't have a quorum, and then this comes into effect. Is that your proposal?
Right.
So if there's no physical quorum when the meeting is set, then this policy would take into effect. Would that work?
Okay.
Yeah, modifying the first sentence. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do.
Well, I think, yeah. So,
would that be?
Yeah, I'm trying to amend
that
this
would
on
be
the
friendly.
fly. And so what I'm trying to do is, think a few steps ahead as when we are in this situation, how can we be clear that we have enacted this policy? And so, Chancellor, you have a comment? Go ahead.
Chancellor Maldonado.
So I don't how do you operationalize this? So
Right.
you call for a meeting that trustees say they can't make, but you call for it anyway, and then
You
they
still
don't
have to
show
show
up, and that's how you declare it. But if the trustees tell you they can't make it, how would the chair call for the meeting when the chair's been told there's not going to be a quorum?
Right. So
Would you be okay with a poll? Like if she calls
isn't-
people and says, let's meet, and there's no quorum, how can she call a meeting if there's no quorum?
Well, I think historically it's been my experience, and I don't know if you guys have had different experiences, but we have been polled if we can meet. I have received polls that have asked if we can do a special meeting, and so I don't know why. I thought that was going to be the standard procedure because that's been my experience. I don't know.
So, but would that still require people not showing up at the meeting and until this took place? That's what they're asking.
So, yeah, and to be clear, that's what I contemplated in this
Okay.
language, was that not that we would notice and call a meeting and we get to the meeting and nobody's here, but that the chair determines we don't have a quorum of the board who can come to this meeting. I don't want this to get to the point where we're having to post a notice, because even that requires that somebody be up at the college
Right.
to handle the posting of that notice. But we do need to have somebody who is the point of decision who says it is not possible for a quorum of the board to be here.
And I agree with that. I keep knocking this over, sorry. What I'm saying, you see that part where you say determines? That's the issue. It is not clear. How is it that the board chair determines? So how you expressed it, whether it's through poll or requested a convening or however the chair determined, that part is different. Because see, the board chair can just say, I just determined. I just saw the news and I just knew nobody could meet because the news said that the whole city's underwater.
So would you be okay with if the board chair determines by poll of board members that it is not possible? Is that a friendly amendment, Trustee Temez? Yes. Okay. So the way it's going to read is, the way it's being proposed is if the board chair determines by poll of board members, right?
Yes.
That it is not possible for the board to meet to vote to suspend the applicability of the PIA as described above, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. What's a recorded poll? Oh, what's a recorded poll?
I think I trust my board chair.
Yeah. At this point, I still have some serious concerns with the way catastrophe
Well, and we can't-
is defined.
We can't vote
and
without a
public
quorum.
information
And
programs.
I'm even actually
are-
concerned with, I'm sorry, and I
Yeah.
apologize.
I still have some concerns about TASB deciding, we enact all of this TASB stuff. And so my concern with TASB is, you're suspending a Public Information Request Act. TASB gives you a certain parameter under which you can do that. And the state legislature has agreed to that, or they started this, and then TASB has interpreted it according to what they want to interpret. And catastrophe is clearly defined somewhere in space.
In the Open Meetings Act, or Public Information Act, I'm sorry. Public Information Act.
And a catastrophe is a physical catastrophe?
Let me pull up, I think I've got that statute with me and I can read that for you. I'm a little bit concerned with a
Poll being a vote that violates the Open
So
Meetings
what
Act.
I'd like to do, if we're not comfortable with this language, I'd like to postpone this item again because.
So that we're clear. And some community colleges dealt with this in the state of Texas, and they have language. I think Del Mar just finished all of their bylaws and policies. Somebody's done this. So what did they do?
Well, I would imagine that their policies are the same because this comes directly from the statute.
Exactly.
We're
complicating it.
Not necessarily.
Yes.
Trustees, I'll entertain any motions to postpone this at this moment.
I move to postpone.
Do we have a second? So we're going to be voting to postpone this item until the next
Regular
regular
meeting.
board meeting on May 18th. We're ready to vote, Ms. Wright.
Thank you for your work anyway.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Is there a motion to approve item H, ratify approval of resolution in memoriam of Dr. Michael P. Williams?
So moved.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded. Chancellor Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We bring forward for the board's approval resolution in memoriam of Dr. Michael P. Edwards, former HCC trustee for District 4 and pastor of Joy Tabernacle, the Genesis Church of Houston. There was a celebration of life service that was held for Dr. Williams on Saturday, March the 19th, 2022, when this was presented.
Thank you, Chancellor. Are there any comments from any of my fellow trustees? Seeing none, we'll now vote on item H. Ms. Wright.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Is there a motion to approve item I, approve request for letter of support in response to call for presentations for 2022 ACCT Annual Conference?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. ACCT requires board approval for presentations, board support, rather, for presentations that are going to be submitted. The proposals are due May the 13th. They're 1-minute sessions, and the tracks that are open are proven solutions and services to boost enrollment. Number 2, new pathways to student success. Number 3, partnerships and collaborations. Number 4, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Number 5, meeting the basic needs of students and their families. And the administration is developing 3 presentations to fit those categories. The presentations will be made by a trustee and a member of administration and or faculty or staff as appropriate. And we're requesting your approval for support the submittals that will be sent to ACCT.
Thank you, Chancellor. Are there any comments or questions from any of my fellow trustees?
I think this is great. I've always enjoyed our presentations at these conferences, so thank you, Chancellor.
Anyone else? We're now ready to vote on item A. Ms. Wright?
Aye.
I'm sorry.
Item I.
Item I. Ms. Wright?
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to item J, report on COVID-19 expenditures. This is a report item. No action is required. Chancellor Maldonado.
Madam Chair, I ask that this report be accepted and just have any responses to questions be.
Okay. That I think that's an appropriate way to do it. I think that's something I can do. Any questions or comments from anybody about item J, report on expenditures, COVID-19 expenditures?
And just, if I can, what are we doing right now, voting?
Report on COVID expenditures?
No, I wanted to thank my colleague for making that motion because, I mean, I've read all of this, so just hearing it again is redundant.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Trustee Glazer. Okay, we'll now move on to item K, HCC Foundation Quarterly Report. This is a report. No action is required. Chancellor Maldonado.
Madam Chair, same request.
Okay. Do we have any questions or comments from any of my trustees about item K, HCC Foundation Quarterly Report?
Not the report, but I know that we have some information that we want to share about Save the Date. So, just to give them that opportunity.
Chancellor, would
About the gala.
Oh, the gala.
And you'll find in the presentation, the evening of the celebration is May the 14th. We'll be honoring Jim Mattress Mac back in Vale Saturday, May the 14th, and we invite everyone to come.
and it's at the website, hccfoundation.org.
And I might add, bring money.
Absolutely. Thank you, Trustee Wilson. Any other questions or comments from any of my fellow trustees?
Celebrating our students. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Schmidt.
I just
Trustee Flowers.
I have an information request. If Karen can just send some information on, I guess, a breakdown of funds that have been used and what type of events that are being sponsored for the board to participate in the community.
Thank you. Okay, we're now here a report regarding item L, capital improvement program. I will jump ahead and say, can we have this submitted to the record, and just ask if there are any questions or comments from any of my fellow trustees.
I would like to make a comment, and just to thank the Chancellor and the staff for the work that's being done to make sure that we are including as many opportunities for small business through this program and others. So, thank you.
I believe this is item L, right, the capital improvement. Oh, okay, great. I'm sorry, I thought
Trustees'
you were
comments.
skipping ahead to M.
Can I skip?
No, you did it right.
Thank you, Trustee. I support your comments. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from my fellow trustees? Seeing none, we'll now move on to item M.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
This is item L.
Yes, ma'am. Report on capital improvement program.
So I think, Chancellor, is this where we talk about any additional studies? I know we had a couple of people that have come to the board and have asked us to do studies, and was this where we were going to talk about that?
I believe that's the next item, item M.
That's him.
Okay, my apologies, thank you.
Next item, item M, status report on the HCC Small Business Development Program and potential MWBE program. This is a report, no action is required. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the board knows, we've received some requests to do a disparity study, and we've looked at the programs that we have now and the possibility of expanding those programs. And we asked Mickey Morris to look at our current programs, evaluate the small business effectiveness, and present to the board on what we're currently doing and what the next steps are for us in expanding our current programs.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good evening, Ms. Morris.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Chancellor, Trustees, and I think we have a presentation.
One second. You are correct. I'll send it. I display it. Let me display it.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Everybody see it? Okay, can everybody see this?
Yes.
So I don't recall exactly which of you were on the board when the bond program was being implemented. I know a couple of you were there, and we have some new trustees. At that time, the board was considering options to ensure that the $425 million capital improvement program was as inclusive as could be. And the college looked in at that time into a small business program, and there were reasons that the college focused on a small business program as to an MWBE program. We're going to talk about that a little bit today. But ultimately, what the board implemented was the Small Business Development Program. And this option allows companies to establish SBE status and get up to 15 additional points in a procurement competition, either by themselves being a certified small business and or committing to subcontract up to a level of participation goal that the procurement department sets, typically 35%, and that's what it was for the bond programs, by using certified small business subcontractors. And in setting up the program, it was not limited to just SBE certifications. We have listed here all of the certifications that your small business program accepts. The City of Houston certifications, including the SBE, MBE, WBE, PWDBE, which is Persons with Disabilities, and DBE, Disadvantaged Business Program. And the reason you accept all of those is that in order to get any of those certifications from the City of Houston, you have to be a small business. You can't just be, for example, compared to the State of Texas Hub program, you can be minority or women-owned, but you don't have to be small. You can be a very large business. City of Houston, if you are an MBE, you are also a small business. If you are a WBE, you are also a small business. You meet those limitations on annual revenues based on your type of business and net worth limitations. You also accept the Metro SBE, the Texas Department of Transportation SBE, the City of Austin SBE, South Central Texas Regional Certification Agency SBE. It's actually a combined SBE, MWDBE. But again, like the City of Houston, either one, you have to be small. And then you accept the Federal Small Business Administration's Federal Small Business under Section 8A, which is the revenue limitations for your business. So those are all the certifications you currently accept. I know the procurement department has had discussions, I think, with the Houston Supplier Business Development Council about possibly getting their certification on the list. Next slide. So the small business program that the board implemented at that time allowed HCC to give up to 15 points to companies who had any of these certifications without making the preference solely on the basis of race or gender. Why is that important? Next slide. We've had a lot of discussions, I know, since the county study came out. I work with a lot of governmental entities who've asked the question, can we just implement this? The county had a study. Well, there is a legal test for it, and the baseline is that the U.S. Supreme Court has determined that affirmative action programs, they're illegal, they're unlawful, unless you can meet a certain test. So if the purpose for implementing a program, according to the U.S. Supreme Court, is to remedy past societal discrimination, you can't pass the test. If it's just to mirror population demographics in your contract awards, you can't pass the test. The test is, and it has been the test since the Supreme Court case, next slide, in the City of Richmond versus J.A. Croson, to be constitutionally permissible, you have to, in order to implement a program, have to show that you are implementing a program to remedy the present effects of prior race or gender discrimination perpetrated by your particular governing body, your board, which is why you can't rely on the results of the county study or the city study, because each study looks at the contracting practices of each individual governing entity. So what another entity has done in the terms of its awarding of contracts may not be the same as you have done. So the second part of the study is the same. They look at the market area, they look at available businesses, but then they compare that to your utilization and your contract practices to see, can you meet the test that you are implementing a program because you have a compelling state interest to remedy your own past discriminatory behavior. And that's the purpose of a disparity study. So many organizations, and a couple here in the area, have opted for a small business program because when it's race or gender neutral, you can still give those points across the board to all of those certified businesses without having to make a finding that you yourself has engaged in prior race discrimination such that you have to implement a remedial program. And so there's no requirement if you're doing a small business program that you have to conduct a disparity study. Next slide. Okay, in order to be narrowly tailored, and that's the second part of the Supreme Court test, you have to show a correlation between the data, the underutilization data that a disparity study might find, to the goals that you're going to set for every demographic group. And if you've ever studied the City of Houston's program, and they've had to repeat their studies a number of times over the years, sometimes in response to lawsuits and sometimes on their own initiative, they set different goals based on the utilization. You may have a large participation by a certain group of minority business owners in construction, for example, but you're underrepresented in women-owned construction businesses. Or you may have high level of participation in women-owned consulting businesses, but a lower percentage of Hispanic businesses. So they look at every different racial group, they look at gender, and they look at different contract types. And so the Supreme Court has struck down programs that just say, if you're minority or women-owned, no matter which type of racial group or which gender, you just get points. That's not narrowly tailored to the findings of underutilization in specific protected groups in specific contract categories. So a disparity study will actually break down the data and look at each group. Unfortunately, next slide, you all are in the process of implementing solutions to gather that data. You have a small business program, so it is race and gender neutral. You're not asking companies for their gender status or their racial group affiliation. You're just asking for the certifications. So HCC now is reviewing its historical practices to better inform themselves and try to see where they fall in that utilization. And now the procurement department is implementing the electronic bidding program, the bonfire system, which will allow them to gather that data more easily. And one of the points that was brought up, I think Commissioner Ellis, when he had the meeting, he had the woman who performed the study for the county who made a point of saying, the more data you have for us, if you can collect and gather this data, the more data you have, the easier it is to do a study, the easier it is to look at your utilization rates, the less expensive a study is. And so gathering the data is the first step and the most important step to see where do you fall in your practices. One thing I would like to point out is, and I don't know if you all are aware of this, you guys were featured in Subcontractor USA. Big shout out to you all and the success of your small business program, a very big feature showing how successful your program has been in increasing participation across the board between small, minority, and women-owned businesses. So with that, I will answer any questions.
Any questions from or comments from any of my fellow trustees?
I have a question. How do we determine what we look like prior to implementing this new focus that we're implementing? We knew we needed to do it, but how did we know we needed to do it?
How did you know back in 2013?
What did the statistics look like prior to doing the $440 million bond? So we know we needed to do it, but how did we know? Did we test statistically to see if we needed to do it?
It was just a goal, a very important goal that the board had to make sure that they were doing something tangible. But prior to that, there were no points given for any certifications. And it's not that the college went back and studied the data, to my knowledge. It's just that going forward, they wanted to make sure, data, regardless of what the data says, we're going to make sure that we can give points to any business that has one of these certifications, and they did it in a manner that didn't require them to conduct a study.
Okay, so from 2013 to 2019, is that when we finished the bond?
It's still,
Yeah.
I think, going on, yeah. And it wasn't limited to bond. It's every contract that
So
HCC
did we
does.
did we even do a statistical test now, which is a random statistical test? You take a random sample to see what you look like statistically? We haven't done that.
Unfortunately, because you accept certifications and you give points of whether or not they have one of the certifications, you don't have the data to drill down to say, did they get that certification because they're Hispanic-owned, Asian-owned, African-American-owned? They just have the City of Houston MBE or DBE or WBE. It's easy to tell if they have a WBE that they're a women-owned business, but on MBE, you're not asking business owners of their actual race. You're just asking for proof of the certification. So you can't look at the data in the same way that the Supreme Court would require in terms of breaking it down into racial groups.
So you would only have your statistics would only be partially correct because you could determine that it's a small business, and you can determine that it's a minority business. You can absolutely determine if it was a women-owned business, which would be a good statistical test, but we haven't done that either.
You don't have the data to go any further than that.
So the WMBE, we would absolutely know. That would be the one we would absolutely know.
Well, the disparity study would break it down, but if you don't have the data for them to study, I mean, they could do that, but I think the statement that was reported to me is that would be a study closer to the $1 million cost as opposed to if you can collect the data and gather the data. It's a more efficient cost.
With your permission.
Sure.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Smith.
The purpose of our presentation was to detail to you what the laws are that apply in general. If we're going to go to the specifics of our own institution, we need to go to closed session.
Okay.
Okay. This was a report item, so
Can we close
Yes,
the item? and then go to
he's
closed
correct.
session?
I can't advise you on where you stand. That's all I know is that the data is not something that.
I'm sorry?
She's asking me for advice on closed session, which we can adjourn to closed session as to whether or not Nikki has the information to provide.
I don't have the information. That's the answer. I don't have the information.
So this is a discussion for another day. Statistically, though, the interesting point is the one group you can look at is the WMBE because they state that they're WMBE. So the women can be counted, but no one else.
No, they're all counted. They all get the points.
Well, when I say counted, the women can be identified, but no other group. If you're a minority group, you're just a minority group. You don't know what minority group you are. But if you're WMBE, that W defines the woman-owned business, and those can be identified in your system. But
Only
it's just
women-owned
it's a
small
discussion.
business.
It's a statistical discussion for a different day.
Yes,
Not
my
today.
purpose was just to update you. I know you all have asked different questions about the disparity study. I know there's been a lot of discussion. The purpose was to give some background as to really how robust your SBE is in promoting the utilization of all of those certified groups.
Thank you,
And
Ms.
why,
Myers.
and just some historical information and to why the college implemented the SBE when it did.
Okay. Any other questions from my fellow colleagues?
Yes, I have lots of questions.
Okay. Trustee Flowers?
You stated that we are doing some research now in-house, correct? So that we can determine, I guess, to start the process of being able to collect the data?
No, my understanding is that based on prior requests that you had made, that the college had looked at a certain collection of data. I know there was a prior board meeting that discussed it, and in implementing the electronic software, procurement software, they're looking at, and they're constantly looking at the level of SBE participation, how the performance of the vendors and in their subcontracting activities meet up with the goals. You track to see, are you setting your participation goals high enough? How is the point system working? So you're looking at the success of the small business program to inform your continued implementation of the small business program. I didn't mean that to suggest that you guys are trying to recreate data. No,
that wasn't my question, but thank you. And I don't recall that I requested that information. I thought we were here also because we've had the commissioners here speaking on behalf of a disparity study.
Correct.
I do know, as I've said here, and I've voted on different items, that you are correct. It might say WBE, sure, but we can't determine if it's white, female, or African American, Hispanic, or Asian. So we don't have the ethnicity. And so I've also been here where I voted, and the 15 points were given, and it still didn't help them out at all to even be successful, to be competitive. And so, and I do recall a board meeting, I would think probably in the last quarter of last year, where I think we got into a lot of discussion about ethnicity and race, and that's when we learned that the questions weren't being asked, and so we didn't have that data. It's not a part of the process, as you have clearly stated here, because of how we go about establishing how we do business here with these different certifications. And so if we are saying that we have increased participation, I don't know, and we're saying that we're doing good, but we don't have the data. I'm trying to understand how can we rest comfortably in that, knowing that in this information of saying we're doing better is very limited, as has been discussed, because because of the type of program we've decided to use, I guess, back with the bond moving forward. And, I wasn't here for that, but I'm here now. So I'm just trying to understand, the next steps here. They're not robust. I don't see them as being robust. I don't know what's going to change in the process. Now, we talking about an online application. Are we saying that the online is now going to ask for ethnicity and if they're male or female, and that as of the vote today that we'll now start getting that information?
There's not a vote today. This is just a report item.
No, I thought we voted on something earlier about online procurement, something, applications. Maybe that was
That was your board policy that allows
for that to
electronic bidding.
Yeah.
Electronic
bidding.
Electronic bid.
So with the electronic bidding,
process.
are we going to start asking for ethnicity or male, female?
That policy didn't go into the criteria that would be requested because that's determined by each procurement. That was the process. So what you approved in the policy is the process to allow and receive electronic bids from vendors.
How the software works going forward will be something that the procurement department looks into.
Well, what were you speaking of? You said we're taking online. That wasn't
That's
that.
it. Yeah, you all are now going to be able to accept solicitation responses through an electronic system rather than people submitting paper binders.
Okay, so we're now going to be able to do that. Is it going, but we're talking about policy, so I don't see the next step on how it's going to move in helping us to better understand and capture the data of ethnicity and moving forward, as well as so that we can know that we really are making a difference. And because if this is so that we can move to a disparity study, because she said we don't have enough data, whomever you said, I don't remember a female coming here to tell us that we didn't have enough data.
No. I was saying the amount of data you have dictates the cost of the study.
Okay, so that's fine. So is there a timeline, or how are we going to start capturing the data?
Well, there are legal issues associated with capturing the data. We can't talk about that out here, but as the electronic system is implemented, you have the option of requesting additional information that you perhaps weren't requesting before, but there are legal considerations associated with that.
Okay, is that something we can go in a closed session to discuss? Does anybody have that information?
I don't have that information today. I can certainly work with Mickey to prepare it and bring that to the board at a later time.
Okay.
If you
Madam Chair.
don't have that available, which is what I understood.
Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you. We're working to prepare, we're doing the reviews necessary to prepare the forms that we're going to use to capture more enhanced data.
Okay, is there a timeline? Are we saying this quarter, next year? How are we looking?
I don't have an answer for you. I can get it out after the board meeting. I don't know what that answer is right now.
Okay, and then if you can get that information and how that translates to a timeline, are we headed, is it that based on the form and whatever we can do, is that going to be a determining factor for disparity study or not? Or will it let us know what's the next step?
But we're building the database to provide the guidance for what the next steps are going to be. Right? We know that we have been through what was reported today, through the certifications by the city, by other entities, that we have been providing some points of consideration to those vendors, that many of whom which were minorities. We don't have the statistics on that because that wasn't anything that we captured. So we don't know what the next step will be until we find out, by capturing more data, where our deficiencies are and then what next steps would we have to take to cure those deficiencies.
It's a clarifying question. So with the 15 points, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. We didn't keep that data as to which companies or groups that we gave the 15 points to.
No, we don't know.
You have that data. You have that data.
Oh,
You don't
we do have that.
the underlying basis for which they might have obtained their certification from the city of Houston, what racial group they're in. You don't have that data. You just have their certification.
Okay, so we do have that data
Correct.
of who we gave points to, so
Correct.
that we can determine that of a certain amount of minority groups that qualify for those points, said number was successful or said number was not successful.
Yes, ma'am, and that's included in the monthly CIP report.
Yeah,
The number of dollars from the bond issue. Now, we've continued to use that same methodology outside the bond issue, but for the bond issue, it's included in every CIP report.
Okay, so then we should know how good we're doing from that regards, overall. Have we had a presentation? Have I missed it, or?
Well, the board accepted it earlier tonight. It's provided every month.
So it told us how good we were doing in terms of those who were awarded, that received the 15 points, business with us.
Yes, I'll try to find that summary page out of the presentation.
And in your
Sharon can bring it up, or?
And in your procurement summaries for every procurement agenda item, procurement details what the commitment goal, how the outreach was to different minority and small business publications, how the participants fared in terms of whether they were certified small business, and the participation goals. That's with every procurement agenda item.
It is with every procurement agenda item, but when we're looking at every item, it might be 2, 1, 3, 10, depending on the meeting. So we don't know how we're doing overall. Like, how do we do for the year? So as we're making a decision about our program, it won't be based on one award. We want to know how we're doing overall. We can't make a decision to change policy or rules based on one award. We have to look at how we're doing overall with an award. So yes, I see the summaries, but the summaries give me the snapshot for that project. It's not letting us know how we're doing overall within certain categories, within certain fund amounts. I can't tell. And so we're making decisions, but we can't connect our overall health.
Chancellor, were you going to say something?
The current reports are for CIP 2.0 and 3.0. There's one table for the base CIP that broke out all the categories, and it even showed the logos of the companies. I'm not sure. The current capital improvements report is CIP 2.0 and 3.0. We've closed out the 1.0, so I'd have to go back and get that, and we can distribute that to the board. In 2.0 and 3.0, that we're not into the program enough I don't see a table with that distinction.
The CIP report would show you historically about a $400 million spend on the CIP 2013. And you're right, we used to have the logos of the companies and how much their percentage was, et cetera.
So is that something we can email to Trustee Flowers?
Yes, we can capture, the last report would have had the summary for that.
Well,
400.
wait, I want to be clear. If you show me the logo of a company, I'm supposed to know that it's minority or?
No, we were showcasing all the SBEs that participate. It has many logos. It has their percentage in that.
I remember that presentation.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
We'll just capture the last one, and that'll show you the summary of that CIP 2013 for the main spend of that $400 million.
What percentage went to certified
Right.
SBEs? What percentage of the dollars?
What percentage went to certified WBEs or MBEs?
Either.
Is
SBEs.
it just
Yeah.
SBEs?
SBEs.
Is it broken down?
It's anyone who had one of the certifications listed on the slide.
So then it's lumping it all back together. It's not breaking it down to the data we need. So it's still not giving us the answers that I'm asking. So you're sending me to see something that sends me back to the presentation that says we accept all of these SBE certifications. It still doesn't give us the information. And I was saying, can we see from who we gave the 15 points? Can we see overall for a year how we have done with minority businesses? So is that anywhere? And you said we have that data, so maybe we can look at our health from there.
If you necessarily would not be able to break it down to the level of detail you're asking, because if somebody has an SBE, they could be MWBE.
So the SBEs get the 15 points, the same as the WBEs and the MBEs?
Based on the law, that you have to, it has to be race and
it's not
gender
going to
neutral.
tell us anything. Okay, got it. All right, well.
Are you asking if an SBE can be non-minority or non-women owned? The answer is yes.
Oh, no, I know that. I thought that I understood that we were giving this 15 points and we were to minority business owners to help them. I didn't know it was across the board to any of those, SBE, WMB. So they're all still lumped together and we still don't have that information. So we're back to where you said we don't have the data.
It's a small business program. That's what I was explaining.
We're back to the small business comprehensive program.
Which includes MBEs and
everybody.
WBEs.
Chancellor, I believe you were going to have something to add, and then Trustee Laredo.
Oh, Laredo wants to speak.
Oh, did you have something? I'm sorry, I thought he had something to add. Trustee Laredo.
Okay. So with this information that we're saying, MBE and SBE and all that, if we did a diversity study, we would be able to answer all those questions with a diversity study for us, for HCC.
It's a disparity study.
Disparity
Yeah.
study, just for HCC.
If we're going to have a discussion about you all having a disparity study, I think that would be a better discussion to have in closed session.
Okay, then hold that thought.
That wasn't the purpose of the item.
Okay, well, hold the thought. I mean, that came up, I thought about that as we were discussing. But I know that we had the bond, all that went through. Okay, so my question is how, and I kept asking it every year, is that how do we regulate the company that was given the contract to make sure that even though we gave him that 15 points, then how did we verify that they did use a small business or one of the, the minority and all these? Did we ever go back and find out if how do we hold them accountable?
Yes.
To make sure that they actually do use those, the group that they said they were?
Great question. The answer to your question is yes. So with let me take the bond for example. With every payment application that the general contractor submit, first of all, once they knew who the subcontractors were, they had to fill out what was called a utilization report and identify every certified company that they were proposing to use to show that they met the goal that they committed to, whether that was a 35% participation or whatever number they committed to get the points. The more they committed, the more points they got. Not everybody gets the 15. It's a sliding scale. If you commit to the maximum goal of 35%, you got the 15 points. If you committed to lesser, you got less points. In addition, every month when they submitted a pay application, they had to submit a form showing who was going to get the money that they were seeking to be paid that month, which small businesses were going to get which portion of that money so that you could track the dollars. So there was a utilization report, and then there were documents that they submitted in connection with their invoices and pay requests. And so procurement monitors that, and when there are compliance issues, they address it with those vendors, in addition to putting provisions in your contracts that make it a contractual obligation to adhere to the commitments that they made, and if they don't, it can be noted in their file for future procurement evaluations, and it could subject them to termination of their contract.
Okay, that's good to know, because I always had a question about, we give the big fish the contract, and then at the end, he turns out and uses, subcontractors, and then they use sub. And, and so I just want to make sure that everybody that does the job gets paid, the way they're supposed to. The next question is, I don't know if you can answer this, but this was brought up to me by a small business. I know that we're promoting and helping, and we did well with, the small businesses. They were showcased in that magazine. So what is this that I'm hearing, that they have to be part of a purchasing co-op? Do you know anything about HCC having a purchasing co-op, and that they need to be part of that so that they can get business from HCC? I know that we had that question with the food services, that they had to be, they had to have this insurance, and they had to pay like $1 million insurance, and that cut out a lot of our small business owners. And so therefore, we're not helping them. So I just want to make sure that if we are promoting our small business, that we are doing all that we can to build them up and help them out, and because, they go through this Goldman Sachs here at HCC, and they're real excited. So guess what? The first one they're going to try to do business with is HCC. And if HCC is saying, well, you're not part of this, or that you need this insurance and you need this extra license, then let's help them out, and let's see how we do better business with them. So you said you don't know anything about this co-op.
I know
They buy
HCC
from
uses
co-ops.
purchasing co-ops.
I think
but-
they purchase, like, for instance, if I may, Madam Chair, with a co-op is, for instance, our folks buy from a co-op. And so
Right.
the more people that are part of that co-op, we get better deals, whether it's for office supplies, for things like that, if that's what you're referring to.
And that's presented to the board in a different way. It's a cooperative contract. There's a separate statute that governs cooperative contracts. And so it's not handled in the same way as a typical procurement. It allows the institution to save money by foregoing the procurement process because somebody's already done that and consolidated the approved vendors into that cooperative.
But the purchasing cooperative, when you go into their website and you can see the group of vendors they have in their pools to select from, it includes MBEs, WBEs. They actually break down the certifications that they have, so you can see to ensure that you're participating. And I do know that procurement, when they make selections of vendors from cooperatives, they are looking at that because they want to meet their internal goals.
I'll get back with them and get more information.
Okay.
So thank you.
Any other questions from any of my fellow trustees?
Now, I just one is that I want to continue to see any information, Chancellor, that tells us again how well we're doing in this regard, and in terms of increasing the numbers of small businesses, minority business, women-owned businesses, legally, however we can track that. But in the end, I too would like to know how we're doing, because I don't think there's anyone on this board who doesn't feel strongly about needing to make sure that our programs are successful and they do what they're intended to do. Thank you.
They're in the process of gathering better data that would give us guidance on how we can improve. We've received recognition for supporting small and minority business and women-owned businesses. So we're having an impact, and I understand the board wants to know even more granular information on that impact, and we're working on bringing that forward.
Any other comments or questions from any of my fellow trustees? Now, Trustee Laredo, did you want to require or to ask Ms. Morris to go to closed session with us? Because you had a question that...
No, I mean, if we're already going to go into closed session, then yes, I'd like to know. I mean,
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Mahalik, did you have something to say?
No.
Okay.
Just waiting here just in case.
Okay, we're now done with that item. The board will now adjourn to closed or executive session under the Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, and or 551.074 of the Open Meetings Act, as stated in the notice of the meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in closed session, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in the open meeting or subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. Meeting is hereby adjourned to executive session at
7:59 p.m.
I'll hand it over to Chancellor Maldonado if you have any instructions for your staff.
The administration staff is free to leave except for general counsel's office.
Thank you.
Chancellor, can you correct that does not include board services? Did they turn my mic off? Can y'all hear me?
we're going to go back up to the first one, right? And then down to the bottom. In that order. Yeah.
The open portion of this meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Houston Community College System is now reconvened at
9:43 PM.
Is there a motion to approve item, do we have to do the motion again? Item C?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Are there any, we just discussed this in closed session. Are there any questions with regard to item C? If not, this personnel, yes. If not, Ms. Wright, we're ready to vote.
Okay. Let me mark those that are not present.
Oh, this says motion to postpone to later on the agenda.
I apologize. Disregard the motion.
I say no, we got to get out of here.
No.
There is no later.
No, give me one
running outta
second.
here,
I do
guys.
apologize.
That's okay.
No, I had to re-enter the motion.
Do we want to do an
No.
oral vote? Oh,
No,
there it is.
it's ready.
No, this says motion to postpone later on the agenda again.
It's not, I do apologize.
That's okay. Let's just vote orally. Everybody in favor of item C, raise your hand.
Okay.
So with the vote of, what are there, six of us?
6-0. Uh-huh.
6-0. The motion passes. Okay, is there a motion to approve item N, approval of proposed settlement agreement and release between Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation
So
and
moved.
Harris County Community
Second.
College System? Any discussion on the item? If not, we're ready to vote now. Ms. Wright?
Hands or?
No, it should be ready. I do.
Hands.
Okay.
Can we just do hands, please?
Okay, 6-0.
Okay, can everybody raise their hand if they're for this item?
Okay, the motion passed 6-0.
I'll close the meeting, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now the meeting is hereby adjourned at?
9:46 PM.
Thank you, everybody, for staying with us. Thank you. Have a good evening.
I don't know what's wrong with this thing.